Welcome.
Stream elements. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost is now live streaming last epoch Thai no art offers please morning folks XD. Stream for. Welcome to my channel. Good girlsage. Welcome to my channel. Ein Shui. Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat. Welcome to my channel. Alien Gathering. Welcome to my channel. Ella. Welcome to my channel. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Kata. Welcome to my channel. Axe. Welcome to my channel. Alicidra. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my channel.
Hello boys, I'm fresh. They're coming for me. I don't have much time. Quick, we gotta run through.
Sins episode emergence.
We cut to a small preamble about the game, as there are boobs within the first 30 seconds. What is Sin's episode's emergence?
It is a first-person shooter made in the Source engine.
Oh, so it must be good.
This is the third in 8 games.
Whoa, it's an octilogy.
Exactly. And I think that's why it's... Oh yeah, that's 30 seconds.
We're safe for monetization. Play the game. Suddenly, we wake up in a dentist chair, and the dental assistant is lecturing us about the dangers of sugary soda.
Tell me, how do you expect this to end?
A man walks into the shot.
He fell right into my hands.
Ah, yes, we have successfully captured Blade.
Don't be naive, Roddick. I know this man. Trust me. He knew exactly what he was doing.
So, the man is there and he's going, I hate you, Blade. You are the worst, Blade. And the woman's like, he tried to get himself captured on purpose. I just know it. And she's looking down through her tits. She's got terrible peripheral vision, and Roddick is just desperately trying not to stare.
Welcome to my channel.
The lady goes, is he ready for his procedure? Yeah, what have you got planned, lady? Sounds great. Anyway, these two talk like absolute supervillains.
Your lack of vision is your greatest weakness, Roddick. You should know better than anyone that I get exactly what I want. Besides, my dear Roddick, I don't want Blade dead. I have much bigger plans for him.
So, Alexis has injected Blade with some sort of unknown substance.
Now, we don't see it happen because it happens off screen. But trust me, it happens.
Take care of him. I'll be back when it's taken effect.
No, I want her to take care of me.
I don't know what she sees in you, Blade. To be honest, I don't really give a shit. You see, one day, you and I, we're gonna finish things.
Suddenly, an explosion. The door busts open, and the evil man turns and he goes, how'd you get in here? Suddenly, we are lifted forward, just like in Metal Gear Solid when we're on the torture device.
Damn, Blade, how long are you just gonna wait around?
Now, the person who has saved us, her name is Jessica Cannon, heiress to the printer empire.
And she's part of the hardcore Spec Ops team.
Oh my god. So anyway, I guess the needle was still sticking in her arm because she pulls it out. She goes, what is this, some sort of medicine? What do you think was in it, Mr. Branson?
Were they trying to poison him?
Well, he's the roughest, toughest man in town. So they gotta put some sort of juice in him that's gonna stop him being so rough and tough.
You don't think it was...
I do.
Oh god.
He has received a fatal dose of 0.0001 nanograms of estrogen, and it's messing with his entire body.
We gotta go, now!
Blade is freed, and he heads for the exit, dodging all the gunfire. What is she wearing?
So she got a whale tail. I mean, it's got tactical advantage.
So we're running through the laboratoire from Garnier. We run through the hallway and into the next room. Stuff is flying all around. Not Ezio.
Blade goes over to Ezio. Requiescim to pace.
This beautiful moment is interrupted by Jessica.
Roddick's getting away.
She's so whiny for an...
Okay, let's change it to...
elite operative.
Blade, come on!
Alright, so we get outside, and there, our ride is waiting for us.
Oh, this is Blade's car.
Fuck yeah, that's Blade's car.
But, uh-oh.
It's locked?
I know it's your car, Blade, but I'm driving.
Oh,
Detail!
So he's going for the most dangerous ride of his life, and the stress of it all causes him to pass out.
I have
Sometime
more
later,
power than I
we
give
don't know how
myself
long,
credit
we
for,
suddenly
and
wake
today
up
I'm
again,
gonna use
and
it
amazingly,
in the
the
bar.
car is still running.
Wait. Whoa, take it easy there. Meds should be kicking in soon. Ought to take some of the edge off. Well, the good news is the operation was worth it.
Mr. Branson, what the hell is she talking about?
You see, at the start of the game, they make it seem like you've been captured. But no, actually Blade's exactly where he wanted to be. Alright, now, the operation that Rebecca's talking about here wasn't Blade's injection. You see, Blade's whole operation was to get close to Radek so he could put a tracker on him and find out where his base is. And the operation was a massive success.
Hooray!
We've got a tracker on Roddick. Good thing, too.
This is a
Someone else to
steal.
shut you up with.
I already know what they shut me up with, Jessica. Now I want to make the two Spider-Men kiss instead of fight each other.
We've got to find him before it's too late. Blade, you alright?
Blade then passes out once again.
Oh, Blade.
What is happening in this game?
Alright, so all of a sudden this game starts getting quite nude.
You think I'm such a naughty, naughty girl. Such a microcosmic view. I'm a visionary, Blade.
I'm a visionary, Blade. I'll be honest, Blade, they're not real, Blade.
I will change the world.
That never ever comes up again, which means they made that entire area and model purely just for that one scene.
So Blade wakes up.
Syntech checkpoint. You gonna be able to keep it together, Blade? We'll go passing out. There's gonna be questions I don't have answers for.
Sequence initiated. Dispatch, this is Checkpoint 227. We got our very own hardcore VIPs.
Did they say hardcore VIPs?
Yeah, well, because they're part of the hardcore.
Oh shit.
Pots
So
of
anyway,
gold,
the guy from
Lloyd.
Doom comes up and he says,
You're a little out of your jurisdiction.
Quick, Jessica, make up an excuse about how you have really, really bad diarrhea or something.
Where's your documentation?
I'm a sovereign citizen. I don't need to show you my document.
All I need is that.
Cowboy, we're on assignment.
Feel much better
Your
now.
destination.
South corner of fuck and you.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I actually meant to hit the brake. Alright, so we zoom into the night, into the city. Blade then passes out once again. And he dreams of head time. Oh, Sandra, I'm just so fat and also ugly.
Girl, you are beautiful and stunning. I am the one who is the fat and ugly.
No, Sandra, you're just being nice. I'm the one who's fat and ugly. And so it went on for days and days and days till someone finally shut them up and gave them Mamma Mia.
Wow, hello fresh.
Ah, or in my native country, ciao fresco.
You're Italian?
No. Instead of going to the supermarket, they send you a delicious meal kit that you can put together and you make meals real quickly and they taste better than takeout. And it's cheaper.
How convenient.
So what you do is go to HelloFresh.com and use code StoryMode16 to get
16 free meals plus free shipping.
select a bunch of delicious meals. This one. Ooh, not that one. But this one looks good. And then once you click order, they send it straight to your door.
Let's get the job done.
Get at home.
What are we having this evening, Mo?
It's a traditional Italian beef teriyaki chicken on rice. Mamma mia! Oh, I've ordered HelloFresh before, right? Here's some footage of me cooking it. These guys are delivering down the clock. They seem like a bandit with these boxes. I swear to God, it was like 3 in the morning. Our security cameras went off. Let's go!
Make it go through.
Scared the hell out of me. But I'm telling you what, Sandra, they are quick with their delivery. I am impressed. Click on the link in the description and use Story Mode 16 at checkout to get 16 free meals plus shipping. And over. Alright, so we wake back up again and now we are near the port. Suddenly, ring.
Bosco,
On the
you're
phone
the
is
best.
JC. He's the tech guy. Now, he's got an update on stuff.
Don't touch the rock.
Are you going into the port to go confront Ruddock right now? You don't have a warrant.
I don't need no one. We gotta stop running. That's the priority. Get us damn back. Look, what the heck's up?
Cleansing equipment on site.
So
Robocop
Jessica
time,
pulls
team.
up to the port.
There's a guy in there, something. We'll find us a way into the U4 lab.
He's gonna tell us where Radek is, even though you put a tracker on him.
Also, they're not gonna let you in with a gun. You're gonna have to find your own weapon there.
Deploying litho bow. Rockpox blisters. Need to clean here.
Good luck,
Blade goes looking now for Garrison.
Hey, over here!
Alright, so there's a holographic door over there, and there's some guy talking British.
I'm Martin, Garrison's right-hand man.
You must be Blade then, innit?
I'm underwhelmed. The boss ain't a big fan of firearms. He's waiting on you, and he doesn't like to wait. I wouldn't waste a lot of time.
Alright, so we run across the facility and we find the informant. But he's in a dirty alley.
Colonel John Blade.
Right, the informant is very long-winded and he uses lots of cliched turns of phrase.
The facility's a fortress. Let's just say, for the moment, some sense of decency. Despite my reputation, I'd be a shining example of liberal citizenry.
So what he's saying is that Radek's base is in a warehouse tanker, but it's very heavily guarded. So if Blade was to go in with a frontal assault, he wouldn't be making it in. So he needs to find another way in.
Oh, okay. Why didn't you say that?
The rat will always crawl through the piping, Blade.
The informant continues giving directions to the place, and then gunfire opens up.
Wait, have we been betrayed?
Martin, that bastard set us up.
And Martin's that British guy from before, right?
Yes, and he says,
Ha ha ha, Blade. I was not even British. I was Swedish all along. Ha ha ha. Martin then throws down a flaming barrel, and the informant goes into hiding.
"Don't worry, Blade, I'll hold this part down." Now the place is being attacked, but Blade doesn't have a gun. His only option is to leg it out of there. So he makes it through the sewers, past a volley of gunfire. He meets back up with Rebecca. "Hey, Rebecca, how's it going? It's me, Blade, from work."
Oh yeah, Blade, I recognize you. I've got some news for you too. The thing is...
We've been set up, Blade. Roddick's got the entire place surrounded.
Then Jessica says something to make us extremely self-conscious.
Damn, Blade, you look all kinds of beat up.
In fact, I'm actually kind of jealous that you have the confidence to leave the house like that. I wish I was as strong as you, Blade.
Here.
Jessica then hands us a hug and a gun. Jessica starts looking at the wall in a very sort of spooky Blair Witch way. Jessica then suddenly spins around from the wall and she says,
I'm gonna try and contact dispatch. I hate to admit it, but JC was right. This is a bad idea. We've got to get an evac out of here.
Then goes back to facing the wall. Jessica radios in to dispatch.
Dispatch. Shit. Dispatch.
Jessica tells us that no backup is coming and they're not gonna help us get out of there.
Short version, we'll see an evac sometime next week.
And oh no, things are about to get worse. Bang, bang, bang on the door. We'd like to fight you, Blade. We've heard about your reputation as being the best.
So Rebecca goes, "Oh, well, I'm sure you can handle that, Blade. I'll see you later, Blade. You're the best, Blade." And she squeezes through a nearby door.
Blade then goes off to fight some of the enemies.
Blade's making his way through the port district, and he finally hears from JC.
Hey, Blade. Jessica finally got the uplink established. Guess she's not as useless as I thought.
That's a terrible thing to say. Can you imagine her if he hears this on the radio and she's like, oh, I can't believe that's what he thinks of me.
I'm starting my own bloody mine. Show him how it's done. Over here by the market, boy.
A battery for the cargo crate. Let's get this cargo crate open. Skull Crusher! Loot bug eliminated!
Swarm incoming. Get through it fast. We're on a tight schedule here. Rockety rockin' stove.
Rock solid! Platform up! One sentry gun ready to be built.
Swarm, they're here.
One platform ready to use. That's me. I made a platform. Hey, the pickaxe! Yeah! Coming up!
Keep fighting, team. You're almost through the wave.
What's that smell? All right.
An extra miner has been assigned to your team.
Rock and stone! Got no flares ready. Think you can kill me? Well, think again. You're the finest miner I've Rock and stone, brother! Rock on! Light is up. We got a cargo crate here. Let's pop the seal on that crate. Marker up. There is gold here. Ship going ready. Guys, are you flying? Come over here. Platform! Who's bugged out? Gotta go fast. Let there be light. You're cute, but you're dead. Platforms tonight. Shredder's deployed. Shredder dead. Light. Platform. One platform ready to use. Platform. Bam! Battery pack here. What kind of fiendish technology makes Molly constantly get in the way? Come here. Cargo crate here. Did we find the batteries? Cargo crate here. Let's open it. Reloading. We almost killed you. I called for the rock and roll and stone. Yes. A cargo crate, rock and stone in the heart. No. Rock on! Come on, guys! Rock and stone! You really rock! Cargo crate here! Let's rock open and stone, everyone! Look there! Look! Look over here! Find something! Let's get this cargo crate open! I hear a rockin' stone! Rock me like a stone! Fancy grappler you got there! Platform up! Nitra! Go!
See here. You make this team really wholesome. What I found? I found a gold vein.
Access provided.
Whack-a-mole!
Look how the loot bump!
Received. Hacking pod incoming. Stand clear.
Platforms placed. Be gone! Damn! I'm out.
Hacking pod in position. Let's get it hooked up to the prospector data deposit. Chop chop, team.
Hate to wait for flare charge. Here we go.
Oi, please.
Let's rock and stone! Oh, did you borrow my underwear? Find this is a transmitter node. Over here by the marker point. Keep it up. Hello? So long, suckers! Hey! Marker up.
Teamwork would speed this up. Just saying.
Yeah! Damn! It's a menace! Kill it! Shoot it!
Yeehaw!
Someone give me a bloody hand here!
Mommy!
Rock and stone, brother!
Knight has been withdrawn. The supply pod is inbound.
They're not deploying rock me like a...
We have connection. Hacking pod online. Begin the hacking when you're ready.
Time to restock! Ouch! Ouch! I'm taking some of the ammo. Ready?
Getting more ammo!
Great!
Ammo
Lighting!
never been better.
Much better!
Zip! Zoom!
like there's no tomorrow.
Hack begun. It's noisy business and is attracting the bugs. Guard the hacking pod. Hacking drone under attack. Control on the hacking drone.
Out of my way! Annoying little fucker!
The drone can't hack as long as there's bugs beating it up. Do something.
Hacking drone up!
The hacking drone is under attack. Keep it safe so it can work. Hacking drone resuming hack.
Patrol bot down and hackable!
Son, grab the data center.
Did you see? My boost! I hacked one! Rock and stone,
Rock and
brother!
stone! Rock on! It never gets old. Let there be light.
Look over here! I like your style!
Rock and stone, brother!
Where is that damn...
I got the deposit.
What kind of fiend?
Rock and stone! Yeah!
Oh!
Ow!
Where is that damn you?
Very good, team. Management is satisfied with your performance.
For us! Platform! I found an egg! There is an egg here! Look what I found!
Up there!
Attention!
Donkey, come here! I smell bacon.
Egg here! Everyone, can I get some attention? Found an egg here!
For rock and stone!
Rock and roll and stone!
Yeah! Rock
Oh, yeah.
and stone! Time fire! Yeah! What's the death part of the story?
Ow! It burns! It burns! Hot, hot, hot! Damn flares could need an upgrade!
Commander Root. Welcome to my channel.
No, good morning.
A new miner is joining your team.
Bakar! Rock and stone!
Morning and
Rock
welcome.
and stone in the heart!
Oh, thank you, Discord. The fuck?
Look what I found! I can't swallow.
Rock solid!
Attention, gunner!
Like that! This is a prospector data deposit. There's a data cell with important data on it inside.
Want something?
So long, suckers!
Marker up! Attention! Got a swarm on the way. Repeat, swarm. What's got all day?
I need the mule right here, right now.
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
Molly is on the way. Deep Rock seriously need to invest in some better.
Players charging!
We got what we came for. All your objectives are completed. Hit the button on the mule and we'll send in the drop pod. Secondary objective completed. Make it home to collect your bonus. We're depositing minerals. Mule is petering out. Wipe out the rest and get on with it.
Take that!
Drop pod's on the way. Hang in there. Returning to LZ. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Flares ain't ready! Lighting up!
Platform up!
The mule is secured. Initiating launch work.
Rockin' stone! Rockin' stone! Rockin' stone, brother! Rockin' stone forever!
Rockin' stone, you beautiful dwarf!
Don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
Yeah! Oh, yeah!
Then we head outside.
And then someone kicks a bucket at us. That worked a lot better in my head, Blade. So Blade continues on and he hears from JC again. And JC says, listen, Blade, I'm trying to get you that evac, but Syntech, that company run by Alexis Sinclair, you know, the booby lady, she keeps stonewalling all our attempts to get you an evac. I guess I'll have to try and hack in and get you something, Blade. Anyway, bye, I love you.
All right, Mr. Branson, so tell me what's happening now. I'm terribly confused by this game.
So, John R. Blade, our homie, he is on his way to find Radix's secret drug base. And to do that, he has to blast his way through Freeport City.
What's Freeport City? All right, so we go through a warehouse and an industrial complex, just killing the workers.
It was my lunch break, Blade. Oh, this is pretty cool. Makes the towel come out. I thought that was pretty neat.
Modification bomb.
So we get outside to the dock, and...
I'm way ahead of you, Blade, as usual.
And he needs to get from one side to the other. And obviously the easier thing to do there is to get in a crane that Rebecca's piloting while guys in jetpacks attack Blade, and he shoots him out of the sky.
I'm coming, Blade. I'm gonna get you, Blade. Blade, help me, Blade. Blade jumps out of the container and then goes sprinting across the rail yard.
And finally gets to a very unassuming little warehouse full of hundreds of guards. And after he's killed them all, Blade finds a secret panel that opens a ramp that leads to Radix's lab. So Blade runs down the ramp and hacks his way into the elevator.
We head into the facility.
Radix's the only one that knows what you've been injected with, Blade. You just find him. I know how to make him talk.
Radix's the only one who knows what you've been injected with, Blade. Oh, we're here. So we get out of the elevator, but he goes through some sort of
security system. But they know Blade ain't meant to be here, so they're locking the place down.
Uh-oh, are they gonna get crushed into a cube? Let's find out.
Look at that force field. That's part of a CX-37 setup.
Mr. Branson, what's a CX-37 setup?
I don't think I could explain it to you in a way you'd understand.
JC says that he can hack the terminal, but you're gonna have to press the use key, Blade.
Now, hacking that'll be tough. Not impossible, but you're gonna have to patch me in. Alright, here we go. This should just take a second.
But before JC can hack it, they found him. They found Blade. People start shooting in through all these blast windows.
JC, he's getting killed in there.
Trust me, I can take 10 guys at once, Rebecca. I swallow guys like this for breakfast.
All right, so JC patches back in.
I've disabled the force field on my end, Blade.
Blade, I just want to take a moment to say, I think you're the coolest guy out of the force. Blade?
Do you see that animation?
That was fucking cool. That's why Blade's the best.
So Blade makes his way through the facility, but it seems like part of it has flooded. What are they doing here? And when he's going through the flooded water, he sees the body of what looks like some kind of monster?
Is that a freaking dragon? So Blade crawls out of the sewer, and then what does he do?
He gets into what seems like a secret area of the secret lab. See that? You and me, Blade.
Alright, so we're roaming around, and we are looking through all of the stuff. I bet you're doing top secret experiments in here. So we open a door, and inside, they're about to cut open Ellie's brain.
Oh no.
Hey, what the hell are you doing in here?
Cool experiments you got, says Blade. You guys making kebabs? Blade then turns around. Wait, what is that? Says Blade. On the table, we see a monster, and it is very scary. What is this thing?
We don't know yet. I think Blade's gonna have to explore the facility to find out.
Okay, we run downstairs and we go, wow, these science people, they're really doing a lot of stuff. Ah, they've got 2 soldiers behind security glass. What's going on? They seem to be imprisoned.
When Blade presses the button, the shutter closes. We hear the green gas seeping into the cell, and the man inside starts to scream.
What happened to him?
When the shutter opens up again, we see that the man has turned into a monster.
Oh my god.
Whoa, that sure was terrifying. Presses again.
Get me the hell, Blade! Get out of here!
Wait, so what is this green gas actually doing?
Well, I studied green gas back in my university days. So, it causes all of the cells and stuff in the body to all meld together and change, and these people are transformed into monsters. They are trying to create superhuman soldiers. That's what's happening, Blade. Will you be the one to stop it? Can you shut down the evil scientists' evil deeds? Will you kill everyone in this room? Blade quickly gets bored of that and he decides to leave. Well, I sure hope that doesn't happen to me. Okay, so we fight our way through. We come to an office, and in that office is Victor Raddick, the Freeport City drug lord.
Blade, I wish I could say I was surprised to see you.
What did you put in me?
You really have no idea, do you? No concept of the scope of this operation.
No, I was hoping you'd tell me. You guys keep me in the dark?
Well, I'm not going to tell you.
This isn't about you. It's not about me. It's about power. It always has been.
Okay, says Blade. So Raddick comes back and he's got another injection. He's like, listen, Blade, I've got some anti-gay juice right here. I think you're gonna need some of this.
I don't need that.
This is the future. I've seen what this can do, Blade. I've witnessed the raw power of it. If she injected you with this, well, I almost envy what you'll become.
I am letting the game speak for itself. I'm just telling you, that's anti-gay juice, and what Raddick says is what Raddick says.
Get my sub ready. I hope you find what you're looking for. If you somehow survive whatever Alexis has planned for you, we will meet again.
Okay. Hey, come back here. Come back. So, Raddick runs off, and then the doors unlock. We enter the office, and we see a hologram lady. Is this the big boob lady from before?
John. It's nice to see you again. Though it did take a little longer than I expected. But still, I need you to understand something. I have plans for this city. I have a vision. And for now, Roddick is part of that. I cannot let you interfere. Oh, John, what's the matter? Afraid? Worried? All you had to do was ask.
So let me translate. I've talked to girls before. I know what they're talking about, right? What she's saying is that she's got some plans and tells Blade not to interfere with them.
Okay.
Right after Alexis leaves, JC calls in, and he says,
Blade, someone's activated the self-destruct button. You gotta get out of there. Even you can't survive an explosion, Blade.
So, Blade is fighting through monsters, and he's fighting his way out. 5, 4, 3, 2, he's running. Well, he's actually out now.
Yeah.
Well, when's he gonna explode?
He just gets out.
Okay, so we venture our way now into the sewers, and then we venture our way back out of the sewers, and
Blade, up here.
There's Rebecca, the love of my life.
I can't squeeze through, but I've got something for you.
She's saying she can't fit through that massive gap in the window.
I can't fit through, Blade. There's just no way.
You should have ordered HelloFresh and lost a couple pounds, hon.
I don't know what her real problem is, but she refuses to help.
Keep moving through the tunnels. I'll grab the car and meet you at the far end. We've got to catch up with Roddick.
Anyway, see you later, Blade.
So we're outside now, and we meet Rebecca at our car.
And Rebecca's like, get in the car, Blade. So we jump into the motor vehicle. I'm so glad I bought the bull bars, says Blade.
Well, I'm glad that's over, Blade. Now it's time for us to hit the open road. Oh, look, a shortcut.
No, Jessica, it's a no thoroughfare.
They just say that so we don't take the good shortcuts.
Don't do it. Oh no, there's Extinction Rebellion. Do you have any idea the damage you're doing to the climate? We have blockaded the road.
So Rebecca drives Blade's car up onto a road leading right to Syntech headquarters.
So we are parked out front. No, park, Jessica, park. That's neutral.
Shit, they're waiting for us. Hold tight, Blade.
What are you planning?
Rebecca then yells over the gunfire.
There's nothing to plan, Skeeve. We've only got one choice.
I can't think of anything. Can you think of anything? Wait, I've got a different idea.
You're right, there's nothing for it, Blade. Let's go.
Rebecca hits the throttle and drives towards the building. So we went crashing through the front.
Rebecca's just got confused. They say you validate parking at reception.
Blade? Blade, come on, shake it off.
His legs are all mangled and shit. What have you done, Rebecca?
This is a Syntech building. They're gonna be all over us.
There's a chance they don't know we're here yet.
We need to find a way up. Roddick's gotta be holed up at the top.
All right, we are now in the headquarters, and we are fighting our way through to the end. Can't wait to solve the mystery, figure out what they put inside of me.
Hey, I just pulled the specs on that building. They got a fat pipe you wouldn't believe.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Branson. You ain't gonna believe this. They got a fat pipe.
28 fibercast trunk lines with a combo...
Get to the point, JC.
My point is, with that much data traffic, there has to be a knock in that building. And from the amount of data they're pushing, it's gotta be huge.
Knock?
Network Operations Center rookie, NOC? Look, they're storing something big up there.
Data storage. Blade, if we can get there, we'll be able to tie that bitch directly to Roddick.
Oh, I'm glad you finally did the math. If you get to the knock and establish an uplink, I'll pull down everything they've got.
Roger that, Skeeve. We'll find it.
Blade just turns to Rebecca and goes, am I bugging? Was he saying some weird shit about a fat pipe? Did I miss that?
How come he talks like that? Could we just get him to be normal? So we fight our way through the parking garage. Oh, but you can fit through that gap.
Blade taught her how to do that.
Blade, keep moving. I'll catch up with you after I get a lock on Roddick.
All right, so we're going quite quickly. Let's slow it down. We're in the parking lot of the
Syntech facility.
And Blade gets a chance to explore for a little bit. He sees a couple of vending machines.
Well, I wouldn't mind wetting my whistle, says Blade.
Look, there is a red one, very masculine, or a purple one. Oh, I don't know, says Blade.
Well, I'm sure it would taste quite nice, but, well, you know, what would people think?
So he chooses the masculine red one. Oh, no. The Dylan Mulvaney can comes out. Oh, says Blade.
As Blade fights his way through the Sinclair facility, he's no longer just killing soldiers, but there's the mutant monsters here as well. So now Blade is in the facility proper. Blade fights his way through the building, and he finally gets to an atrium where he sees Jessica. Oh, Rebecca, it's you!
Nice to see you again, Blade. I was wondering if you forgot about me.
We turn to our right, and there is a see-through lady. Ha ha ha, she says.
Did you see that little sideways glance that Rebecca gave?
Oh, John, how does it feel unleashing your fury?
You're starting to feel the power within you now, aren't you? From that thing I injected you with.
Do you sense it yet? Have you accepted what you will become?
Hey, bitch, why don't you dial back the psychosis a notch?
Well, you really think she's up for the task?
Oh, I'm full of surprises too, you evil, conniving bitch.
That's so rude.
Kill them.
Anyway, a bunch of bad guys come out and start fighting us, but we have guns.
Blade and Rebecca make it out unscathed, but uh-oh, new problem. A kind of high balcony. Oh, Blade, I don't know if I can make it.
Come on, Rebecca. You can make it. Imagine action rolling off that balcony and then saying nothing. Come on, Jessica, let's go.
That's gotta be it. The Network Operations Center.
Jessica, I'm gonna ask you something. Can you read?
We made it, Blade.
We made it, Blade.
They've got one of the gay drinks. Ooh, God, I'm thirsty, Rebecca. Get out of the way.
JC, we're at the knob.
Good job, rookie. Patch me in, I'll start pulling down the data. Hang on a second, I'm picking up a transmission.
A what mission?
Syntax bringing in a chopper. Roddick's not gonna be there long.
He's still got his mutagen sample. Blade, you're gonna have to stop him. I'll get Skeeve the data he needs.
Jessica, I'm gonna need you to tell me what's in that damn box, because it looks fresh as hell.
I'll be up there as soon as we finish the data transfer. Don't let him go, Blade. If he escapes with that mutagen, just get him, Blade.
So, Blade makes his way over to the elevator, ready to fight the final boss. Mr. Branson, what the hell has happened?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, Mark. This is my favorite part of the job. So, John R. Blade, who is a colonel in the hardcore Spec Ops unit, he has a plan. Blade got captured by two people, Alexis Sinclair and Raddick, who's a drug dealer.
Okay.
Now, the reason he wanted to get captured in the first place was so that he could get close to Raddick. Once he was close to Raddick, he could put a tracker on him, see where he's going, see where he's hiding, and then he could find out where Raddick's secret base was. However, part of getting captured meant that he was at Alexis's whims, and she injected him with some sort of experimental serum that's meant to turn him into some sort of super soldier. A man with the strength of an entire battalion.
An entire Italian.
No, but no.
Ah!
No, I see where this is going already. No.
Mamma mia. He has been injected with Italian.
After he escapes from the facility, he tries to track down Raddick. Raddick gets away.
Oh.
So Blade goes to the next best thing and tries to track down Alexis.
Huh?
And they go to the Syntech headquarters. And wow, when you spell it out like that, nothing's really happened, has it?
No, not really. But we've managed to get there. So we're about to step out of the elevator and say, bonjour, no way, Jose, to Raddick in Italian.
I always think in games like this, when it's this really, like, big, crucial moment, is what happens if you just got a tummy ache at this point?
We get up to the executive suites, and JC patches in.
Boss, I lost the data stream. I think something's going on.
What does that mean, Mr. Branson?
That can only mean one thing, Mark. Something's happened to Jessica.
Gott in Himmel. Excuse me, do you know which way the bathroom is? We step out to the fire exit, and we look up on the vista. This is Rome, post-climate change. And Blade's like shaking his head and looking down. It's like, Mamma mia, what have they done to you?
So now that we're outside, we're going to continue towards the roof. Blade, Raddick, he's doing some terrible things. You gotta help him.
I'm here at service, a fat pipe.
More bad news. I can't contact Jessica. We might have a problem.
All right, something has definitely happened to Jessica then.
So Blade fights his way up the outside of the Sinclair Tower.
Blade's the best. Oh, I can't possibly do another set of stairs. My belly's all full of gabagool. All right, so Blade makes it out onto the roof, and a helicopter shows up very quietly, and it turns around to reveal Raddick holding Blade's girl.
Lower that weapon, Colonel. We don't want this to get messy.
We don't want. Is he trying to inject her or shoot her?
Inject her.
No, Rebecca, I love you. I thought we would retire together to my villa in Sicily.
Your persistence is nauseating. What do you think you've won here? Shut down my lab? I've got 5 more, Blade. All you've done is start a war.
I thought she was a trained fighter.
She's like a cat. You pick her up by the scruff and she just goes limp.
I hope you're prepared for the consequences of your actions, Blade.
Roddick, come now. You're being rude.
Suddenly, Alexis shows up, and she starts talking Raddick down.
Not now, Alexis.
But you don't understand. John's worked so hard to get here. Just give him what he wants.
As you say. Here you go, Blade.
Don't do it.
Take it!
Save me a seat in hell, Blade!
She says nothing.
But Blade's job ain't done yet. He fights his way onto the radio tower antenna bit of the building.
So now, Blade has to fight a big monster. And at the same time, Roddick's there, shooting at him with missiles in a helicopter.
But Blade has that Italian fighting spirit in him. Usually I use italics, but I'm gonna go bold. With the force of an entire stallion, he strikes through the monster.
Drop pod is cleared. Warm up. Time to get to work, team.
Oh, and he also shoots down the helicopter.
Backbreaker
Now it's
stealth.
time for Blade's final escape. A different helicopter appears and it is there to evacuate him from the scene. Did you know that Da Vinci invented the helicopter? And Da Vinci was from Italy.
Quick, Blade, you gotta jump for the helicopter. Just go in between the blades. Well, fade to black, you know, that's good too.
And that is the end
Rock and
of the
stone,
game.
everyone!
First of all, why such a terrible title?
Well, the episodes is referring to the fact that there was going to be 8 games.
All right, let's play the other 7. Mr. Branson, I'm ready to go. I got the controller in hand. I am at the Steam store page.
You never look this excited to play the game.
Oh, I loved it. I love this one.
Now, I like your enthusiasm. They didn't actually make any more of this.
Oh. Written by Sean Ketcherside. Lead game designer, Sean Ketcherside.
In loving memory of Sean Ketcherside.
We disavow this wanton act of Ketcherside.
Oh! So I would just like to preface what this is.
Now, I have seen all of the Marvel movies, and I always stay in the cinema till the very end where they have these epic reveals, right? Tell me, is something gonna happen after the post-credits scene?
So the post-credit scene we get to see right now is outtakes from the VO that they've then animated.
Ah, screw those sailors. Oh, the humanity!
I heard you busted up. Two players turned to shitstorms.
And you're telling me they didn't make a second one?
This is worse than the fake accent that we were doing with Blade. More importantly, does anyone have any mods for this game? Maybe we're with that, because there's this one scene with Alexis Sinclair where she's got all these clothes on, and it's like, I'm not looking for I'm not one that doesn't have them nude or anything, but if they were nude, then it's very easy for me to put an outfit right on top.
Exactly, yeah.
Right?
Do you ever think?
No.
I needed that.
Oh, actually, I saw a new type of comment I've noticed on a bunch of videos now, which I think is something that we should address. I think it's the addition of me. It's made the videos hard to fall asleep to. People were saying that they like to fall asleep listening to story mode, and I think I'm too loud, and that ruins it.
Well, customer's always right, Time to go, Mr. Branson. I've never seen that comment. I saw a lot of other comments that said, wow, this ad thing was really annoying this time. Fellas, here was the idea, right? Instead of a 2-minute ad, 2 minutes of ads spread throughout the video. Who wouldn't want that? But turns out you didn't. Turns out people were mad.
To the comments are saying in the past couple of videos why there's no Q&A.
It's kind of funny.
What's that?
We keep making this joke about Metal Gear Solid 2 coming up. and people are getting slightly hyped up for the comments in it. We haven't started on that at all, and now it's kind of too late. So do not forget the link in the description for HelloFresh. 16 free meals and free shipping.
Light it up.
Hey, okay. Welcome to my channel.
Trigun has millions of fans worldwide, yet only 0.69% of anime watchers have ever laid eyes on the manga. Nice. Now with this completely fake statistic in mind, I decided to take it upon myself to climb the manga mountain of Trigun and bring you anime fanatics the full, uncensored story. With Trigun's nearly 4,000 pages under my belt, let me be clear, if either or both anime is all you know, you've learned nothing about the real story of Trigun. The original anime is a mere open-ended synopsis of the first 10% of the story. It only scratches the surface of what I consider to be one of the most insane plot lines ever created. You think you understand knives? You think you know who Vash is? My dude, you're about to get your brain box blown wide open. That is, unless you've already read the manga, then you're fine. But even then, there's so much beneath the surface of Trigun that we're about to uncover. Faith, redemption, survival, sacrifice, the sanctity of life, it's all here, and we're hitting every aspect of it. You and I are about to go on a journey through the intense struggle of Vash the Stampede, his losses, his victories, and the monstrosity threatening to destroy all of humanity, which he overcomes. Spoilers, I guess. Prepare to go deep this time. Reach your hands into the guts as we attempt to make the most definitive analysis of Trigun ever created. And to do that, we're going to the source, the manga, all of it. So buckle up, people. This is a story of Trigun. Let's get into it. Are you an independent plant looking to live among humans? Having a hard time keeping your angel arm from destroying entire towns and/or moons? Worried that you'll get a multi-billion double-dollar bounty that will set the course for literally dozens of human meat sacks to try and kill you? Well, fear not, my friend, I have just the thing to ensure you'll always blend in amongst Homo sapiens. Introducing the Holzkern wristwatch, the foolproof disguise to being an actual human. Because honestly, why would an interdimensional near-immortal being need to know the time and date, right? With one of these beautiful watches on your wrists, you'll never have to fear getting caught by the fuzz. Hello, fellow cowboys. I too am a flesh sack entity with a relatively short lifespan that would die from a single bullet. I see that you're looking at my arm. It must be my amazing Holzkern watch you're looking at. You can tell that I'm telling the truth because I too care about both style and fashion and knowing the time. What's even better is that Holzkern watches are super stylish, man. So stylish that it doesn't matter how many centuries you live. They'll look good no matter what and never go out of style. Plus, Holzkern also sells a variety of jewelry for all genders and species. You'd never guess I never leave my house when I'm looking this good. So grab your foolproof human disguise today, look good while doing it, plus you can tell the time. Use code BonsaiPop15 for 15% off, and thanks so much to Holzkern for sponsoring this video and protecting all independent plants from persecution. And in all seriousness, this watch gets a lot of compliments. People seem to actually treat me like an adult when I'm wearing it. It's very, very nice. Anyway, back to it. A barren wasteland of uninhabitable sand stretches beneath the weary feet of its occupants. No Man's Land, both the name of the planet and a reminder of the truth every person lives with. Mankind does not belong. But one man in particular seems to have more problems than the rest. Wanted, Vash the Stampede, suspected in multiple murders, believed capable of G-grade damage, and with a price on his head of $60 billion double dollars. Oh, and a small note. Pacifist. Now right off the bat, anime watchers are probably doing some head scratches. No Man's Land? I thought this place was called Gunsmoke. And yes, it is, but only in the anime. And this is just the start of the massive amount of differences you're going to pick up throughout the series. Trigun is one of the most changed series between the manga and the anime that I've ever seen. It's honestly insane that the original 1998 anime came out as good as it did, considering the lack of source material and context for the rest of the story. But this is just the start of the vast wasteland of differences. Speaking of wasteland, No Man's Land is absolutely fucked. It's a desert with almost nothing in terms of natural resources unless you can make sandwiches out of sand. The only two species we know that may be endemic to the planet are sandworms. They're more like tremor sandworms rather than the interdimensional psychic sandworms from Dune. And there's also these bird guys. Also, some small sandworms have wings. It's not explained. Don't worry about it. Basically, nothing is explained. If you have a question, the answer is, don't worry about it. That's from the mangaka Naitao himself, promise. He also may have said, deal with it. Like, what do the sandworms eat? Don't worry about it. Deal with it. You get it. Almost nothing is known about No Man's Land prior to humanity's unfortunate arrival. Again, humans are not supposed to be here, and they can't survive here forever. In fact, the only reason humanity has been surviving is from a miraculous futuristic invention called plants. Now, you may look out the window and think you know what plants are, but you don't, so deal with it. Because what plants are actually isn't fully explained. But they are not vegetation. Very important to note. They look like giant light bulbs that somehow independently provide food, water, and other essential resources needed for survival. But as you'll see, just because plants are keeping humanity alive now, doesn't mean humanity will survive in the future. So Trigun doesn't waste any time before unveiling Vash's morals and idiosyncrasies. He is a wanted man, capable of massive damage, assuming the G in G grade doesn't stand for glazed donuts. There is a colossal bounty on his head, and yet my man just wants to talk it out, you know? Sit down, share a July cream pie, pause for innuendo laughter, and resolve our differences with words, not guns, because everyone knows that the Wild West was rife with law-abiding and reasonable people who went to therapy. So the first chapter of Trigun perfectly frames Vash's character and morals for the rest of the series. We see him actively avoid shooting or hurting people despite their best attempts to murderize him. His awkward responses to violence are both funny and unexpected, throwing his pursuing bounty hunters and the rest of the population completely off guard. And much like the 98 anime, Vash comes across as a complete goofball. He either has an extraordinary luck stat or is a drunken master of gun fu. It's like watching Jar Jar Binks be a sharpshooter if Jar Jar was cool and not annoying and didn't ruin a stable republic almost single-handedly. But you know what? I get where Vash is coming from. Why would you waste bullets on each other when each iron nugget costs the same as 4 slices of pizza toast? As a pizza bagel connoisseur, I wholeheartedly concur. Now, Vash might make light and joke about his pacifist tendencies, but the truth of the matter is he doesn't believe that violence will solve anything, and more importantly, he doesn't feel that he has the right to overpower his adversaries with force, especially considering how easily he could wreck a regular human if he wanted to. It's pretty Jedi of him. It makes for a unique and complex character right from the start. An expert marksman who doesn't shoot to kill because of his traumatic past is compelling character building. One could even say it's gripping, and at the start of the series, we have no clue why he's made this choice, but that mystery captivates readers. The first volume of Trigun excels in getting you to invest in Vash without immediately giving away why he's worth your emotional consideration. This concept of fighting without inflicting harm, or at least permanent harm, is the core to much of the plot. A great deal of the humor and thrill of watching Vash's story, specifically in the first part of the series before the darker seinen vibes seep in, comes from watching how he overcomes absurd odds to win conflicts without killing them. Case in point, he shoots all these bounty hunters with a kid's dart gun, scaring them off without leaving much more than a small plunger impression on their foreheads. But on No Man's Land, killing is the norm. It's so abundant that an old geezer wonders if Vash can even really be called a gunman with that pacifist mentality. Yet this pacifist has a bounty worth tens of billions of dollars. Double dollars, because he's suspected of destroying an entire city single-handedly. That's Bezos and Musk money, people. And unlike those billion-obs, this reward is no joke. In our world, destroying a city would make you a monster and a criminal for sure, unless you're a Republican governor from Michigan, apparently. But on No Man's Land, that's a crime against the survival of humans as a species. It is quite literally a crime against all of humanity. Now that's a pretty big claim, and to back it up, we have to dive into everyone's favorite topic, property damage. You see, on No Man's Land, property destruction holds a greater weight than it does, in reality. While it's true that property damage can be significant in real life, it pales in comparison to its consequences on No Man's Land. The towns on this planet rely on plants, which are, the colossal light bulbs that produce vital resources like power and water for their survival. Stampede made plants look like broken lava lamps, which was, a choice. And when Vash destroyed July, he not only took away people's homes and means of living, but also made the area completely uninhabitable. This forced the population to relocate and put a major strain on other plants that were already struggling to support life. The incident ultimately reduced the maximum population that the planet could sustain, so in essence, humanity is running out of time. The clock has been ticking for 150 years, and the breaking point is rapidly approaching. Destroying July is like spring daylight savings for the doomsday clock. You just pumped extinction forward by an hour. But anyway, back to Vash. Trigun opens with the guy getting hunted down for his giant bounty, scaring away the bounty hunters, only for the entire town to set up a manhunt in hopes of capturing or killing Vash and saving the town's deteriorating state with the $60 billion double dollars that he is worth. And as you might expect, Vash's entire character arc is continually hopping from the frying pan into the fire, which is where Meryl Streep and Millie Thompson come in. These two are the primary women protagonists in the series, and though I'll make an important note right now that they seem to play a much larger role in both anime compared to the manga. They're still important, but I'm going to be leaving out a lot of their less important scenes for the sake of brevity, and as you can see, this video is not brief. But regardless, they're insurance investigators who work for the Bernadelli Insurance Society, and they are on a mission to find Vash the Stampede. Like Vash, their characters often act as a foil to the general population of No Man's Land, attempting to bring civility and peace to an otherwise chaotic and fairly lawless society. The two represent some of the best humanity has to offer, despite the obvious deteriorating state of human life on No Man's Land. However, their perceived kindness and innocence doesn't mean they came prepared. Meryl wields a whopping 50 Derringer handguns that are sheathed in her coat like the merchant from Resident Evil 4, and Millie somehow hides a massive Gatling gun up her dress that comedically ends up falling out and breaking toes. Usually the toes of people who treat her or Meryl poorly. The giant weapon shoots out massive X-shaped rounds that are strong enough to like knock over a truck, but are quote-unquote non-lethal. That being said, I'm pretty sure a shot to the face would kill just about anyone, but it's supposed to be a nicer way to deal with assholes than a hole in the head. Her gun is also meant to show just how tough and strong that Millie actually is, despite her very gentle soul. Her concussion machine is over 200 pounds, and she can pick it up one-handed. Do not with insurance investigators. So Meryl and Millie arrive on the scene of a town failing to capture Vash, destroying their home in the process. And then the Nebraska family barges in too, without any regard to who they kill, as long as Vash is one of them. And this is where the story really starts to reveal some of the insanity ahead. The Nebraskas are a family of villains, right, who escaped jail and are now trying to kill Vash for his massive bounty. They appear twice in the story, but don't really hold any real significance other than being the short-term bad guys in order to progress Vash or Meryl's character development. However, they represent a persistent problem on No Man's Land. Since there's so few plants and capitalism still exists, there's the ultra wealthy and the dirt poor with basically no in between, just like in America right now. But since there's so many poor people, many often resort to violence and death to survive. It's one of the aspects Naito introduces to enhance the feeling that humans are really struggling for survival and are on their last legs. And the struggle for survival is an overarching theme throughout the series. Naito shows how humanity devours itself in difficult situations, sometimes literally, and the gangs throughout Trigun give context to how far gone humanity is at this point. The Nebraska family specifically is made up of Father Nebraska, who is like if Doc Brown was riding in a kangaroo pouch on the chest of Ghost of Nebraska, a man who can only be described as a stupid baby who took all the steroids in the world, basically Andrew Tate. Despite the danger, Vash takes active measures to protect innocent civilians from the devastation wrought by the Nebraska family. He intentionally puts himself in harm's way to keep the destruction from the innocent civilians. Regardless of the odds, he rescues the town and takes no injuries without resorting to lethal force. And this is the first instance where Vash's skill and talent come to light, which is precisely why he is known as the humanoid typhoon. With the megaphone in hand, Meryl finally gets the attention of the town and announces that the $60 billion double-dollar bounty on Vash's head has been rendered invalid. The federal government has officially declared Vash the Stampede as a localized disaster, just like an earthquake or Kanye West. And this is another major change from the anime, where Vash is constantly considered a wanted man. It doesn't really do much to change the overall story, honestly, but the tone here does shift. So now whenever Vash is attacked after this point, you know it's not just for money, but for an ulterior motive. Trouble doesn't follow him around because he's worth so much. Trouble follows Vash the Stampede for sinister reasons. But who cares about that? The town is pissed. They just ruined their entire infrastructure, failing to capture somebody who's worth nothing. But good guy Vash comes to the rescue, giving the bounty for the Nebraska family to the town, netting them a solid $700,000 double dollars. And this adds another layer of exceptionalism and mystery to Vash's personality. He's often goofy, but he can be incredibly serious. He's a pacifist, but he's an expert marksman. He's wanted for destroying a city, but he offers up hundreds of thousands of double dollars to save another one. Vash is a man of paradoxes. Nothing about him seems to make sense. But these paradoxes go even further to the core of Vash's character, and that comes to fruition during the next arc, the sand steamer heist. And I'm not going to go over every little detail for the sake of time here. Vash is just boarding a sand steamer, and it's the quickest way to get from point A to point B. He is a drifter by nature, probably because he doesn't want the trouble that follows him to impact the same people over and over. But what's important here is that the sand steamer is hijacked by the Bad Lads gang. The leader, Brilliant Dynamite Neon, who's basically a JoJo's reject, but should definitely become a professional wrestler. Vash wins back the steamer, but it's on a crash course towards the edge of the cliff, and what the 98 anime neglects to mention, that Trigun Stampede actually does an excellent job of, is that the sand steamer is powered by a plant, and that plant is about to die, taking everyone on board with it. See, when plants reach the end of their lifespan, their deaths release a massive amount of energy like a star, enough to blow up an entire sand steamer and everyone on board. But before that can happen, Vash jumps in and mentally connects with it, which is also pretty Jedi too, now that I think about it. But he is able to suspend its overloaded state long enough for the steamer to stop, which saves everyone on board. Now, this volume for the most part isn't necessary to go into. It mainly shows how seriously Vash takes his pacifism, like when he helps wounded antagonists while he's bleeding out himself. However, the whole mentally connecting with plants and talking to them thing is pretty vital. In this case, he even calls the plant aboard the steamer sister. People who know Trigun, they know that Vash is an independent plant who don't need no man. But when we say plant, like, it's not like a cabbage with a nose ring, you know what I mean? He's one of the plants, like the fucking light bulbs. You can't eat Vash, at least not like a carrot, you know what I mean? And if you just found that out, why are you watching this? I don't know how you got this far into the video, but I do appreciate it, thank you. Leave a like, subscribe, whatever. Anyway, unlike most Trigun plants, he can survive outside the light bulb casing. It's kind of a big deal. The scene really gets into the paradoxical nature of Vash's life. He is to plants as Mark Zuckerberg is to lizards. He is one, though living as a human. Though I gotta say, Zuck would have blended in better if he'd bought a wristwatch instead of a hoverboard. Vash does a much better job of fitting in. He has more human experiences due to his long lifespan than most humans will ever get. In a sense, his inhuman lifespan has given him more humanity than an actual human. Either that or plants are just naturally more ethical and empathetic than humans or lizards to begin with. Regardless, Vash is a walking yin-yang in both mind and body, actions and beliefs. The pivotal events that force his paradoxical nature to clash illuminate the best aspects of his characterization within Trigun. Vash caring for both plants, the light bulb things, and humans, and arguably humans more than plants, is a theme that will return again and again as his brother Knives becomes more involved with the plot. The scene that we just described on the steamer is merely the introduction to this occurrence. So I think that we should take a moment to talk about Knives, as he is the primary antagonist to the entire story. All the events of No Man's Land were set in motion by Knives, but the backstory of it all is slowly doled out through the entire manga. Seriously, all the way through the second to last chapter of the series is still giving flashbacks to give context to the current events that are happening. But what you need to know from now is that Knives equals bad guy and brother. He's probably behind like 98% of all the things happening to Vash, and Vash knows it and wants to find him for reasons don't worry about it. So next we get a meeting that will have rippling impacts until the end of the series. Legato Blue Summers, a prominent servant of Knives who uses microscopic metal strings sewn through his brain, which he connects to his enemy's muscles, so he's able to control bodies with them. It makes no sense with that.
Hejde bre, odjebite od mene. Mrš!
Yeah, let's go. Follow me.
Yes.
Now I know how Molly must feel.
Almost done.
That's a wrap. Yeah! Rock and stone!
Good job, team. Core and fuser ready.
Matrix core and fuser activated.
What the?
Reloaded. Get out the way.
I'm down! Thanks. I owe you one, brother.
Core and fusion
Halo.
commencing.
1, 2, 2, 1 i tak. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. Yep, definitivno da ugasim Discord.
Find the nitro for ammo. Rock and stone in the heart. Why just put up a simple nitro? Yeah. Rock and everyone, can I get some attention?
Stop, godina kasnije. Čujem kako krckaš tim mikrofonom i slušalicama. Ali te ne čujem da pričaš išta.
A miner is on the way to join you.
Rock and stone.
I'm
rock on stone to the bone. Rock and stone. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Platform up.
Ne čujem. Te, ništa.
Big swarm detected. Buck up and get ready.
Platform created. Sentry gun needs a
Molly. Molly. My
Where
most
is that
trustiest of mules.
Sentry on.
Contact. Lock and load.
Sit down, rest a bit, and maybe play some ball.
Još malo.
Sweet.
The stream of incoming enemies is practically eradicated, and you're still alive. Well done.
Stop them dead.
Da.
Steve is down.
I need the mule right here, right now. You're taken under faucet. Eat it! This way! those about to rock and stone. Rock and stone in the heart. Come here.
Yes, yes.
I ordered a respawn.
Swarm's heading your way. Load up. Hang in there. Supplies are on the way.
Time to restart. Supply pod here.
The swarm is upon you.
Look, a fossil. One down. Stevie, I wonder. Yet. Rock and stone, brother! Found some noise!
Lighting up! Hey, I found an egg! Yeah! Locked and loaded.
Breaks over, minus. Swarm headed directly for you.
Access provided.
Ollie, over here!
One sensor gun ready to be built.
Swarm! I repeat, swarm!
It's armed and ready. I got it!
The tin can is surely hungry today. Tactical lead-burster! Target please! Now I'm back for what?
That's how it works. Anyway, Legato finally finds Vash, and in the 98 anime, he's a somewhat minor antagonist whose primary role is making Vash confront his convictions. He forces Vash to choose between idealism and realism, but in the manga, he plays a far larger role while still being the catalyst for that confrontation of ideals. Legato warns Vash that Knives is healing from the injuries he sustained during the July incident. He also notifies Vash that 12 assassins, the Gung-Ho Guns, working for Knives, are loose and with the sole purpose of killing Vash. The first of those 12 assassins appears in the next chapter, but you know what? We don't care. He's not important. I mean, he kind of is, but like in a wow, Vash can fuck shit up kind of way. The majority of the Gung-Ho Guns really aren't that important story-wise. They're kind of like mini-bosses throughout the series on the quest to get to the final boss. They create obstacles for Vash to overcome and learn from, but rarely do any of them pose any kind of real threat until late in the manga. But what we do get is some sweet plot progression via flashback. Say hello to Vash's past. 150 years ago, he was on a ship with a young woman named Rem, and the ship was part of Project Seeds, an attempt for humans to travel from Earth to another planet in order to preserve the species, because, you guessed it, we destroyed the planet. How topical. We were even thinking about this back in the 90s. Glad we did something about it a future would look pretty bleak, I bet. Anyway, on board the ship are thousands of humans suspended in cryogenic sleep, because science fiction. Only Rem, Vash, and Knives are awake. And watching these short interactions with Rem, it becomes apparent that Vash emulates her caring and nurturing personality. A lot of his ideals and morals came from Rem's teaching. And we're skipping ahead some, but it's blatantly obvious through the myriad of flashbacks we get throughout the story that Rem was the center of Vash's world and the person his entire moral compass was founded upon. She was both Vash and Knives' caretaker, was planning on adopting them as her children, and her selfless personality and constant belief in the good people can do despite what they may have done in the past is the basis for Vash's entire system of ideals. To Vash, she's both the most important person in his life and the biggest regret at the same time. The scene cuts to a moment of panic as ships are falling out of the sky in pieces. 400,000 lives on board will die. Rem gets Vash and Knives to an escape pod and closes them inside it, shooting them to safety while she remains on the mothership, which splinters into the black nothingness above the planet. And this is why employees at SpaceX need to be treated better. You don't want your mothership to have shoddy design. But as Vash distraughtly calls out for Rem, Knives cackles maniacally behind him. And as Vash turns in horror, he realizes the ship's destruction and Rem's death were actually caused by his brother. So cool, we got some grasp on the trauma which shaped Vash's ideals, as well as the fracturing event that destroyed his relationship with Knives, and some very expensive hardware. Then the scene cuts back to Vash in the present as he begins fighting mhmmm the Gale, the first gung-ho gun to try assassinating him. Mhmmm is eventually overpowered, and in a moment of extreme anger and passion, Vash very nearly fires straight into mhmm's eye. Only the thought of Rem brings him back to his senses, and he backs off before he kills the guy. As he kneels there holding his gun to mhmm's face, Vash thinks, if I shoot him now, then she'll die. Which shows that Vash believes if he kills somebody, Rem's memory will die along with them. And that's the time in his life which he holds most dear. He's so shaped from her nurturing that pulling the trigger would be killing the part of himself that is Rem's legacy in the process. He'll do anything to keep those core teachings untarnished. Honoring her is so vital to Vash's character that he'll do anything to resolve things without committing murder. And this scene is the primer that puts so much emphasis on Vash's inevitable confrontation with Legato. Vash potentially being forced to betray his beliefs and kill could mean betraying himself and his memory of Rem for the greater good. It's deep stuff, right? So having never seen Vash in such a distraught state, Meryl and Millie check on him later that night only to witness the man's horribly scarred body. Missing left arm, metal cages bolted to his flesh, encasing and protecting various areas, massive cuts and roughly healed wounds, chunks of skin missing or deformed, bolts extruding from various sections of his body. He's been through and survived more than any regular man could outside of, I don't know, Cyberpunk 2077. Meryl breaks down upon seeing Vash in such a vulnerable state. He just wants to be left alone to live a peaceful existence, and even without an active bounty, there's still people gunning for his death. Clearly in shock, Meryl finally asks, aren't you angry? Doesn't it make you sad? Why not stop living your life this way? Put aside your guns, disconnect from everything, just live quietly. To that, Vash responds, I can't do that. I just wasn't able to help the most important person of all. I still haven't settled that score, and if I lived my own life now in peace, would I be any better than a lazy pig? And that's when we learn that Vash needs some goddamn therapy. However, this exchange gives us a real insight into how his mind works. He sees himself as a failure. He deserves everything that's been done to him because he wasn't able to save the person that mattered the most, Rem. His wandering of no man's land, his fighting for good while sacrificing the bod to avoid killing, it's all a form of repentance and a quest for redemption. Despite the good he does, he sees himself as the humanoid typhoon. Note, humanoid. He doesn't see himself as human, he sees a killer. Someone who naturally hurts others like a typhoon would. Someone who's incapable of redemption. And his body's state reflects the significant inner turmoil and self-loathing which is constantly bubbling up from beneath his carefree exterior. And speaking of shit bubbling up, the next couple of chapters introduce Nicholas D. Wolfwood. Now Wolfwood is easily one of the best characters in the story, and his ideology is meant to pinpoint the human condition when pushed to survive, while clashing with Vash's own morals. It's idealism versus realism, constantly embodied in two people trying to understand one another. And as another paradoxical man, Wolfwood is a priest who will kill without hesitation when he's in danger. Despite that whole thou shalt not kill thing, which is in that really popular religious book. But if you look at the history of the last 2,000 years, I suppose Wolfwood really isn't that much of an outlier. At least he doesn't diddle kiddles. Shots at evangelicals aside, Wolfwood believes humanity cannot change and therefore he can never cleanse his own sins or right his wrongs. His past is filled with pain from undergoing intense experimentation that's made him the man he is today. But that same past has completely destroyed his hope in humanity, leaving him believing that it's more important to survive than hold others to a high standard. He really is just like the church. That said, he also deeply cares for the orphanage that brought him up, and everything he does is in part to protect that orphanage. So he does care about people, he just has serious trust issues and an ironic lack of faith. So he thinks humans are pretty much all trash, just not little humans, because they aren't jaded enough to be dickheads yet. He finds humanity as stubborn and incapable of change as he is, yet, and I know I've said it over and over, but paradoxically, traveling with Vash eventually gets him to see a new light and internally change. Despite Vash not being human, Wolfwood sees the best of humanity in Vash, and that slowly changes his perspective over the course of the story. The point is, Wolfwood is a foil to Vash, a symbol for the paradoxical nature of humanity as a whole, and also acts as the moral gray area between Vash and Knives. He represents humanity's natural sway between good and evil, selfishness, and self-sacrifice. We did a video on it, you can check that out if you want more information. So eventually bad guy Knives is resurrected by merging with another plant. His original body was unusable, so his mind was synchronized with another plant, essentially bringing him back to life after what seemed like certain death. Vash is there to attempt to stop Knives' revival, but to no avail thanks to the gung-ho guns guarding the procedure. The GHG ready themselves to kill Vash on Legato's order when suddenly Knives intervenes, absolutely crushing Legato into a pretzel. Vash points his gun at Knives, infuriating him since it was Vash that busted him up so bad to begin with. In Knives' eyes, Vash is confused and doesn't realize that he's a fool for trusting humanity when they've proven themselves to be incapable of coexisting with plants. Again, so glad we fixed this, thanks Al Gore. He also realizes that Vash doesn't remember what happened when they last met, so Knives decides to show him the true power of the independent plants. In an effort to make Vash buckle to his will, Knives forces Vash's angel arm out from his hand. Now the angel arm is kind of like an atom bomb if it had a wee safety strap and titties. The thing unleashes massive amounts of energy and can destroy essentially anything in its wake. Only plants have the ability to use them, or maybe only independent plants like Vash and Knives. It's really not explained at all how they have that power, don't worry about it, but plants are beings that can somehow connect with the higher dimensional plane. Yeah, it goes there, so I guess anything's possible. But the original use of Vash's angel arm in July caused a memory block for him and nearly killed Knives in their last meeting, hence Knives needing a new body. It also simultaneously wiped July off the face of the planet in the process, which led to Vash's label, the humanoid typhoon. This time, Knives forces Vash's aim towards a nearby town. Vash shoots his pistol through his own legs and into Knives, escaping his brother's grasp just long enough to redirect the angel arm to the sky, where it fires off, hitting the 5th moon, and then the story cuts to years later and Vash's stampede is completely vanished. And that is where the quote-unquote original Trigun manga ends. That's what Naito had finished when Madhouse approached him to create the Trigun anime. There is 14 more volumes. When I said the original anime only touched on the full story, this is what I meant. Naito's original publisher went under, leaving him with a cliffhanger non-ending and a manga that was nowhere near finished. With no guarantee that the manga would ever have a chance to get completed, Naito figured he might as well shoot his shot and agreed to the anime adaptation despite the overall story only having just begun. Of course, Trigun was eventually picked up by a new publisher a bit later on, and the story gets significantly darker as a result of Trigun mhmmm being published in a seinen magazine instead of a shonen one. And despite the title change, Trigun mhmmm is just Trigun. It was just put in a new magazine. But you will notice that the fights are way more brutal from here out. There's massive amounts of blood and pain, sometimes to a detriment to understanding what's actually happening in a given panel. And while Vash still retains much of his humor, he also has a far more palpable well of pain and sadness flowing underneath that goofy exterior. And as the story progresses, those humorous moments provide a certain amount of necessary levity so you can catch your breath during a story that is otherwise bent on breaking Vash's character. This is where it starts to get real. Trigun mhmmm opens with Wolfwood traveling to a new town doing his typical priesty stuff. However, this town is currently getting harassed by none other than Vash the Stampede. It turns out it's just another dude pretending to be Vash, but the real Vash also happens to be living under the alias of Eric's in that same town. After a girl named Lena insults these bandits, fake Vash decides to kill her, but Eric's, with his altruistic nature, strips naked and acts like a dog in an effort to appease the bandits into leaving Lena alone. Unsurprisingly, Eric's body is just as fucked as Vash's, tipping off Wolfwood to his true identity. And despite the superb puppy performance, imposter Vash still shoots him and kidnaps Lena. Now the shot would have been fatal for any other regular human, but Vash is a plant, so his body literally pushes the bullet out of the wound. Wolfwood approaches him and tells Vash it's time to take up the mantle of Vash the Stampede again. He unhappily agrees, giving up the peaceful life he'd built in the town, and then Wolfwood and Vash storm the bandits' hideout, absolutely wrecking them and saving Lena from doppelganger Vash in the process. Lena then cuts Vash's hair back to its normal spiky form, symbolizing the return of the true Vash the Stampede. Now he and Wolfwood travel around for a while, doing your typical Monster of the Week style plot lines while continually arguing about whether or not killing is necessary. These arguments get heated enough for Wolfwood to actually grab Vash's gun pointed at his own head and scream for Vash to pull the trigger. This is immediately after a gung-ho gun Vash defeated tries to shoot him in the back, but Wolfwood kills the samurai before he can fire. Despite that, Vash still gets furious with Wolfwood for killing. And in retaliation to Vash's anger, Wolfwood tries to get Vash to shoot him so that he'll finally be prepared to kill when the next assassin comes. In Wolfwood's mind, it's only a matter of time before Vash's ideals send him 6 feet under. He's gonna have to pull the trigger at some point. The choice between saving an enemy or losing a friend is going to come, and Wolfwood doesn't want Vash to hesitate when he's finally put into that scenario. However, Vash retorts back that between the two of them, Wolfwood is the true coward because he gives up so easily. He says that Wolfwood is forcing himself to play the devil while his own heart is crying out. This scene really sheds light on the differences between the two. It's the embodiment of morals versus survival. What Vash is saying here is that Wolfwood's distrust in humanity is the root cause for him killing people instead of finding another way to settle their differences. If the samurai would have shot, Vash would have dodged as many times as he had to in order to find a non-lethal resolution. He would rather put his own life in danger than take away a person's ability to choose non-violence. Despite his past and all the scars on his body, Vash still believes in humanity. Wolfwood assumes the worst in humanity, and so he stops people before they can make the choice of whether or not to shoot. From Vash's standpoint, he's correct in saying that Wolfwood is a coward. He's not willing to risk putting that choice in the hands of another because that would be relinquishing control of his life and giving that control away. Wolfwood believes he has to be in control in order to survive. That being said, Vash can push bullets out of his body, so what right does he have to judge? And on the other side, Wolfwood is also completely correct that Vash is putting himself in unnecessary danger by allowing people the choice of violence at all. Vash's body is all the evidence you need to see that all too often humanity will choose violence over peace, or at the very least, use it as an excuse to achieve peace. The conflict between these two will evolve over the course of the manga as Wolfwood slowly gains respect for Vash's morals while Vash's fights get closer and closer to the point where he's going to need to kill somebody in order to save others. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we gotta visit Vash's quote-unquote home. Now this home can only be accessed via like this butt plug shaped gondola rising up into the sky. Now the clouds looms a heavily damaged ship that's still suspended in midair via a gravity plant that didn't fail. Anyway, once on board, Vash gets greeted by a ton of the residents who haven't seen him in over 10 years. It's a happy reunion that suddenly turns south as the people Vash is hugging literally start popping in his arms. It's Gung-Ho Gun number 4, Leonov the Puppet Master. This dude literally makes people into puppets and can control them as though they're alive. It's like a real doll if it's shot at you for trying to bang it. Leonov creates monster collage puppets combining the parts of many different puppets together. It's the sort of thing you do with Legos as a kid to make a monstrosity. And just as Vash and Wolfwood are about to engage, a massive hand rises from the floor beneath Wolfwood, separating the two. The giant hand is controlled by a giant armored humanoid called Gray the Nine Lives. Wolfwood kills him over and over again. Bullets, bazooka. He literally impales Nine Lives with the Punisher, but to no avail. The amalgamation continues to rise, seemingly immortal. But I mean, the dude's name is literally Nine Lives, so you kind of know how many times you gotta kill him, right? 7. While this is all going on, Vash fights puppet after puppet, firing so wildly he accidentally shoots an actual person that Leonov was using as a decoy. Yet, Vash is only momentarily shaken, telling the puppet master, "Your laughter ends here, player Emilio." And while that initially makes absolutely no sense, what happened was Vash recognized Leonov for his true identity. And this isn't explained all that well. Emilio's story is heavily inferred instead of directly told, but this is what I've gathered happened. Emilio was a resident who lived aboard the flying ship that Vash calls home and fell in love with a girl named Isabel. Isabel died, and Emilio became obsessed with puppet making in order to give Isabel some sort of life again, like what's-his-face did in Bloodborne with that doll. Obviously, that life is fake. He's animating the puppets himself instead of using eldritch horror magic, but this delusional answer to avoiding the death of the person he loved made him incredibly skilled with puppet strings to the point he can control multiple puppets from extreme distances with expert precision. I know, the gung-ho guns have weird-ass powers, that's their thing. So Vash leads Emilio into a trap, activating the floating city's sprinkler system, which adds massive weight to the tens of kilometers of string attached to Emilio's fingers, crushing his hand in the process. Emilio's puppet genjutsu, and yes, that's actually the name of his ability, nice steal Naruto, and as Emilio lays beaten on the floor, Vash tells him that The Mighty Ducks was a great movie, and to remember his father's bread, and then asks if Emilio remembers Isabel. And that compliment and those questions triggers Emilio's suppressed memories of his past life, and he abruptly goes insane, running from Vash and screaming to be left alone. Meanwhile, one of the residents finds a coffin with a beautiful girl doll inside. Take 3 guesses who that is. Then, the manga cuts back to Wolfwood and Nine Lives, who's terrifying looking as fugly dwarves emerge from his broken body. Wolfwood flies into a rage, destroying the dwarves as they appear. Back to Emilio. He runs into the coffin room, screaming for the man to back away from Isabel's coffin. The floor of the ship begins to crumble from the damage it sustained from the fighting. The bottom of the ship breaks away completely, with the girl's coffin falling out of the sky. As the coffin falls away, Emilio tries to hold on to it, but gets stuck in midair as Vash grabs hold of the puppet string still attached to his fingers. Even now, with assassins actively trying to kill him, Vash is still unwilling to let anyone die. Emilio realizes that Vash is keeping him alive, and in a final act of defiance and agony, he controls a tiny puppet to stab Vash's hand, forcing him to let go of the puppet strings, and Emilio plummets after the coffin to his death. It's a very Gollum in the Ring-esque ending. Nice steel trigun. As Vash's fight comes to a close, Nine Lives' last 2 dwarves inside the almost Ava-like mech suit, I know this is a lot, holds a giant axe over Wolfwood's slumped and exhausted body. But just as they swing the blade down, Meryl and Millie ass plant on him from above, completely incapacitating the mech shell thing, and so the Yoshi down B of 2 women saves the day, ending the fight for the flying city. Despite how goofy this all sounds, the entire fight is so gory and insanely drawn, it takes multiple readings to get a good grasp on all its subtleties. It's super captivating, complex, and mysterious even after multiple readings, and that will continue as Trigun Maximum pushes towards its climax. Each fight has so much going on beneath the action that can be easily missed if you're not looking between the blood splatters, and those pieces of storytelling give so much context to the full impact of each fight. But at the same time, Naito's art style can make it incredibly difficult to understand what is exactly happening, which causes a lot of confusion and takes you out of the story a bit. Overall, I think it's still pretty excellent, but part of the reason I wanted to make this video is because many of these fight scenes benefit from the added context of an explanation, this one included. While on the surface, this fight is Vash and Wolfwood versus 2 gung-ho guns, beneath that is a story of how long the ship has been Vash's home. It's revealing that Vash hasn't aged in the lifetime of an old man. It shows that the power of the gung-ho guns are often subterfuge to conceal their true weaknesses, as well as Knives' new goal of hurting Vash emotionally as much as possible. It's no longer about killing Vash, but hitting him where it hurts by killing the people he loves. And once the fights are over, Vash learns that of the 480 residents living in the floating city, 170 of them were killed by Gray or Emilio. And all of those people were people that Vash knew for decades, some of them for their entire lives, and Vash takes the burden of blame for their losses onto himself. While he and Wolfwood heal from their wounds, we learn more about Vash's past. 70 years ago, the people of this ship found Vash nearly dead, but he miraculously recovered, probably because he's a plant. But every time he'd return to the ship, Vash would always visit the cryogenic sleep area. You see, this room reminds him of Rem, of her original duty to the humans on board the Seed project ships, and the duty to humanity he now upholds in her absence. It's a scene meant to show the resolve of Vash's character and his commitment to his morals and ideals. He's not just pacifistic or altruistic, he also believes it's his duty to ensure that all of these people are able to resume their lives without the hardship that comes from living on no man's land. It also shows that there's thousands more people who have yet to awaken on this planet, and their lives hang in the balance of the remaining plants. Now back in recovery, Wolfwood questions one of the ship's leaders about Vash, and despite Wolfwood killing 7 of the 9 graves, Vash thanked him for spilling the blood, a hypocritical move considering Vash's stance on killing. So at this point, Wolfwood is totally flabbergasted by Vash. He's thanking Wolfwood for killing because he couldn't do it himself. That's like a Jewish person saying, thanks for eating that bacon, I couldn't because of my faith. Naturally, this exchange is irritating. I mean, this guy's lived multiple lifetimes at this point. He's watched friends die or turn into enemies or pass away from old age. He's covered in trauma both physically and mentally, and yet he's a gunman who always looks on the bright side of life. His endless supply of warmth towards humanity is completely baffling to Wolfwood. But I also think that he respects Vash's commitment to his morals because it seems impossible for any mortal person to be able to hold so strongly to their beliefs. It's subtle, but that irritation likely comes from the fact that Wolfwood is a priest, a profession that should only attract people of the highest moral fiber and conviction, yet Wolfwood only stands by Christian morality when it's convenient to, like a real priest. Hence, why Vash says that he gives up too easily. By looking at the relationship this way, it becomes apparent that in Wolfwood's eyes, Vash is becoming more of a religious symbol for what humanity could be, compared to what humanity currently is. That kind of conviction, kindness, and moral compass make Vash worth following. In short, he's becoming more and more like a Jesus figure, right? Again, we made a whole video on it, but I wanted to point out when Vash's idealism starts to have more positive impact on Wolfwood. And I think this is one of those early points. It's hard to keep hating on someone who continually ends up finding a way not to kill people, right? So, before everyone leaves the ship, they visit the communication room, which has been transmitting an SOS signal to Earth for the last 100 years. The group discusses how no man's land is past the point where it can support any more life and the human population is waning. The signal may be the only way for anybody to survive. And as they're talking, they finally receive the news they'd waited a century for. Dear comrades, I guess Earth went communist. A century has passed. We are most pleased that we may once again recognize one another's existence. Now, I'm gonna be real with you, that timing was pretty sus. In a matter of years, ships from Earth should come and save the people of no man's land. Huzzah! All the tension of the story is alleviated from this one piece of news. It's almost as if something bad would have to happen immediately after this event in order for the story to maintain a level of suspense and tension. And we cut to Knives looking more constipated than the winner of a cheese eating contest. Somehow Knives knows A, about the satellite, and B, that the satellite is connected to Vash's home. We don't know how. I guess that's some grade A anime antagonist luck to balance this whole thing out. So he uses his angel arm, he's got one too, destroying the satellite right out of the sky, cutting off any future communication from Earth. There's the tension again. Now the stage is set for the final arc. Earth's ships are on the way, but Knives has his sights set on destroying all of humanity before they can get there. It's a race between an independent super being with an atomic bomb, and his brother is the only one with a chance to stop it. But at this point, we're only 4 volumes into Trigun Maximum out of 14. So bear with me, we're going to do a lightning round to get through a large section that's mainly just absolute batshit insane fights leading up to the climax. And to do that, we're going to use the classic insane story armor of don't worry about it. Here we go. 2 more gung-ho guns are dispatched to make Vash miserable and try to kill him. Legato thinks Wolfwood, who they call Chapel, don't worry about it, has betrayed the gung-ho guns, which he kind of has, but Knives is all like, nah, he's doing great, he's babysitting, and Legato's like, wow, dude with the saxophone wants to kill Knives, we're gonna call him Bill Clinton, but then he has an anxiety attack. Millie and Meryl drive by dehydrated Vash and Wolfwood. Meryl taunts them with a canteen of water. Dick move. Meryl gets captured by the gung-ho guns as bait for Vash. She doesn't get why she's the bait because she's dumb. Vash, Millie, and Wolfwood go to get Meryl and get attacked by Bill Clinton and a dude that looks like Butt Plug when they do the fighting. Saxophone Man attacks with like musical air or some shit, don't worry about it. Butt Plug Man fights like that guy from Hunter x Hunter that uses the spinning tops, except he is the top, like Hitmontop. His shell is indestructible, I guess. It's probably made out of unobtainium or something, don't worry about it. Meanwhile, the 12th gung-ho gun, Zazie the Beast, who's actually the leader of the Sandworms, but in humanoid form, tells Meryl that Vash and Knives are brothers and also plants, as well as how people arrived on No Man's Land for some mid-action exposition. On the airship, some woman we've never seen before notes that the gung-ho gun's numbers are running low, but assures Knives that she'll take care of the problem. She's probably a bad guy. Bill Clinton is Butt Plug, wreck Vash, and Wolfwood, but somehow they don't kill him. Instead, they return to Zazie the Beast and seemingly kill him for, I don't know, don't worry about it. Like, kind of feels out of the blue, but they just don't want to work for Knives. I guess he's a shitty boss. Are the gung-ho guns double agents? Is Wolfwood still working for Knives? Find out next time. There is a lot of, like, butt plug-esque,
I told you.
yeah, it's just weird how much of it there is. Like, even if you go to the end of, I think it's volume 14, where the final fight with Legato goes down, yeah? So he's fighting with this Iron Maiden looking thing.
Yes, and the iron butt plug.
Yeah, and even that is shaped like a fucking butt plug.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's got tits, and there's gun barrels coming out of its tits, giant spike at the bottom of it, like, what the...
even...
Yeah, here's a great picture. Yeah, it's a giant iron spiked mace with guns and
I'm worried about using a lot of these panels because the interesting ones are impossible to, without lingering on them too long, the interesting ones are kind of impossible to suss out what the fuck is going on. Like like this panel right here.
Dude, it's Deep Space Future gun action.
But the action doesn't make any sense, dude. Is that one of the dwarves? It makes, dude, it stresses me out. It stresses me out how up this thing is. It's unintelligible.
Well, that's why we're intelliging it for people so that they don't have to read.
I don't know if we are.
Your exasperation is exactly like when I read through this for the first time. I was like, "What the fuck?" Devin just messaged me saying Mike is procrastinating.
I'm not procrastinating. Okay, so remember like 15 minutes ago when I mentioned the July incident caused a memory block for Vash? Well, the guy we've been calling Buttplug Man lost everything when July was destroyed, and his entire motivation for joining the Gung Ho Guns is to specifically get revenge on Vash. That fight somehow unlodges Vash's memories of what happened in July, causing him to have sad feels. He remembers all the good people in July, and it causes him to finally break down. Or not. He's not willing to give into the sorrow and depression, not when there's still people to save and knives to stop. To find the determination to press on when the weight of the past is weighing you down becomes even more central to Vash's character from this point onwards. He's fighting the emotional guilt while simultaneously attempting to redeem himself by stopping another catastrophe from happening to humanity again. His resolve is commendable, if not unnecessary. July's destruction isn't really his fault. At most, he shares the blame, but his guilt and need to right his wrongs as well as the wrongs of his brother are the driving force for the rest of the plot. Now, Trigon 98 viewers might remember the Vash take care of knives line that's so important to the ending of that story. Vash in the manga also feels responsible for all the pain and destruction his brother has brought to the humans of No Man's Land. So while it might not be his fault, he feels like it was, because it was his responsibility to keep knives under control. So guilt, pain, depression, and disassociation, but a massive determination to push forward in spite of that. Like I said, the manga gets much darker than the anime. And we're on to Speed Expo Round 2. Vash sprouts an angel wing from his arm, and all of Vash's memories from July are shown to Buttplug Man as Vision. Don't worry about it. He sees everything's been Knives' fault all along. Legato shows up literally out of nowhere on a tricycle thing. Remember, his entire body was crushed by knives earlier, so he's all crippled, but like also has crazy powers to make people do whatever he wants still. Saxophone Man, aka Bill Clinton, tries to attack Legato, but Buttplug Man shoots Saxophone Man before he can. It's Legato using his powers to manipulate the Buttplug's gun. I mean, I assume it is anyway. I don't really know because it's all insanity, but who knows who's on whose side now? Zazie the Beast appears out of thin air with both arms because he's not dead somehow. Also, he's now a she, I think. Maybe sandworms can switch their sex at will or something. I guess the worms can make new bodies for the king worm, queen worm, non-binary worm, inclusion. Legato tries to keep Angel Vash under control with his power, but is taking all his concentration to do it. Meanwhile, Wolfwood is pointing guns at Legato and Zazie. It's a super being Mexican standoff. Meryl appears from behind Vash's wings and fires, causing everyone to fire. Here's a live-action adaptation of the exact scene.
Okay. Everybody just calm down. Count of 3, we're all gonna put down our guns. I have crossbows.
Vash is going to explode, but then a giant nail from above pierces Buttplug Man's hand. New challenger approaches. It's the blimp lady from earlier. She's here to stop or start something. I don't know. Vash remembers Rem and starts to regain control over his body. Legato is delirious with deranged euphoria. His tricycle mutates into a crazy knife arm machine thing. But just then, a nail drops from the sky straight through Buttplug's head. He's dead. Nail lady drops from the airship onto her ass, and Meryl calls her a slur. It's a different time in the 90s, but we know better now. Wolfwood recognizes her as the Gung Ho Gun Lost number 13, Elindra the Crimson Nail. And there's secret villains in the manga that no one knows about until they literally fall to the sky. She beams the absolute shit out of Legato with giant nails because she's going overboard, and then just shoots him aboard the ship via nail delivery, and then they just fucking leave. Like, good game, guys. We play again next week. Vash regains full control over his body, and the good guys are just beaten up, but like totally fine. And the battle is just over without any real resolution. What the actual f is the type of ridiculousness the anime never got into. The fights are getting so insane they're almost impossible to follow.
This is 3 guns.
That's so dumb. That's like the dumbest thing I've ever seen. like why would you? I don't. It doesn't. Like, can we get like look at some of these fucking panels, dude. Like there's so little talking in this manga that,
dude, it's Deep Space Future gun action.
But I don't even know when Vash is firing a gun or not. Like, as far as I understand, Okay, I'm looking at a panel right now where it looks like he's firing a gun. I have no fucking idea what he's firing at, who he's firing at, what his bullets are hitting. Like, it's just close-ups of him shooting a gun, and then on the next page, just stuff is like kind of blown apart. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. He's like talking to some dude with a Hitler mustache. This fucking manga's so fucked.
It's great.
Yeah, I just like, I don't know. I don't know where we would even begin to like reiterate on that though, because it really does. I feel like that point needs to be pushed. That like that this manga is kind of bullshit.
Just record this manga's in like 8 different tones. You know, and then we'll just scatter them throughout the video.
If you can remember, where do you think like the craziest shit happens in the manga? At least
it's primarily in the latter half. It's primarily in your section.
Okay. Well, I mean the latter. My section starts in volume 3.
Yeah.
We get some backstory on when Knives and Wolfwood first met and how Knives conscripts Wolfwood to protect Vash, which is pretty important. You think, you know, we will have found out about this earlier. And then we finally get some clarity on the group called the Eye of Michael, which is basically a cult that worships plants, and therefore Knives, and provides him with assassins. The members are drastically modified to increase their physical strength, speed, and healing capabilities beyond human means, and it becomes clear that Wolfwood is one of these superhumans, but he isn't really following the group's mentality of worshipping Knives. He's kind of the friend that went to the concert with everyone because he didn't want to be left out but doesn't know any of the songs that the band plays. We finally get some much needed Knives screen time where he visits a plant that's on the edge of death, and then it dies in front of him, which causes Knives to go into a full-on gamer rage, decapitating the science tending to it and nearly going fully into his angel arm mode. Knives stops himself from going full Kyle, but his follower comments that Knives' hair is starting to turn black, which is something that we've seen in Vash's character too. And it's not just a shading choice, it's a plot point. Remember when I mentioned that Vash has a near unlimited lifespan and that plants explode in a massive burst of energy when they're about to use up their last bit of power? For independent plants, their hair is kind of like a battery gauge. The darker it turns, the more power they've used up, and if their hair goes fully black, they'll die. It's like opposite Super Saiyan. So now, in addition to the race to stop Knives before he can destroy humanity, there's also a limited amount of power both Vash and Knives can access without killing themselves in the process. Neither Knives or Vash knew this piece of information, and it makes Knives anxious, considering Vash is far less likely to use his plant powers compared to himself. Now, Knives needs a plan that will destroy humanity without destroying himself in the process. We also get some good flashback scenes that fill out Knives' perspective on humanity. It turns out that Knives and Vash weren't the first independent plants born on the seed ships. There was one before them named Tesla, not to be confused with the douchey cars, and she was subject to horrible experimentation by the humans on board. Vash and Knives go into a severe depression after hearing this, filled with mistrust because Rem withheld the truth from them. They don't eat, and Knives even tries to off himself with the fruit knife. Everyone's got an emo phase, you know? Rem struggles to stop him, getting stabbed in the process, and the blood causes a sense of relief and excitement to wash over Knives, like the Ted Bundy he is. He claims memory loss when he wakes up next, but Rem sits them both down and discusses everything that happened to Tesla. They go on as if everything is okay, but Knives is secretly working out his plan to crash all the ships behind the curtain. He's hiding his inner struggle, biting his own finger till it bleeds and smearing blood all over his face. And back in the present, Knives kneels before a plant, admitting he cannot fulfill his goals alone, and reaches towards the plant. They fuse together, giving Knives access to an incredible amount of new power. In testing his new ability, he fires his angel arm into the sky, completely controlled and without any issue. This giant beam of energy acts as the beacon that plunges no man's land into absolute chaos. In order to stop Knives, who we now know has gone full American Psycho, Wolfwood and Vash track him to a weird fortress in the desert that's only accessible from a giant suspension bridge, and once inside, Wolfwood experiences a realistic vision of himself chained up and torn in half. The killing intent is so palpable here that it can cause hallucinations, or at least that's how I interpreted it. Inside, they're met by Elendira the Crimson Nail, who merely welcomes them and cautions them against trying anything stupid. Wolfwood is left alone as Vash goes to confront Knives. At this moment, both men are about to meet their biggest adversaries, Vash with Knives, and Wolfwood with 2 members of the Eye of Michael, Chapel and Livio the Double Fang. Wolfwood's past is finally brought full circle here. He was enlisted into the Eye of Michael by Chapel, their leader. He's a man with a grandfatherly appearance who takes on certain pupils as his apprentices. All these apprentices come from the same orphanage that Wolfwood grew up in. Before Trigun's story began, Chapel was chosen as one of the original Gung-Ho guns. However, Wolfwood shot him and left him as a paraplegic. He then assumed Chapel's identity and planned to enter Knives' service himself with the intent of killing him. Despite being wheelchair bound, Chapel is still a deadly and dangerous assassin in his own right, and he took on Livio as his next pupil, training him to be the deadliest assassin in the Eye of Michael. Having come from the same orphanage, Wolfwood and Livio not only know each other, but were good friends, and that friendship will become important later on. Now, realizing he's outmatched, Wolfwood backs down from the fight, and the scene switches to Vash and Knives about to duke it out higher being style. Knives' hair is completely colored again, showing he's no longer on any power restraint, while Vash has a significant portion of blackness in his hair. Because of this, he is completely outmatched. Knives can create endless guns from his angel arm. He's merely toying with Vash, unleashing his beliefs about humans onto him as he deals out the punishment. Vash won't give in. Even if humans see plants as the enemy, Vash says they should just run away and quietly return when things have settled down. This blows Knives into a rage, so he completely immobilizes Vash and attempts to absorb him. However, he's nearly absorbed himself in the process. Legato intervenes to stop the merge, and Knives realizes that his newfound power has affected his judgment of what he can handle. In lieu of absorbing Vash, Knives has Legato use his manipulation powers to bind Vash's movements, and they launch the airship, appropriately called the Ark, to begin their final phase of destroying all of humanity. So now the Ark is just floating around, collecting the remaining plants and destroying cities in its wake. Meanwhile, on board, Vash is restrained by Legato and gets to catch up with his brother. No matter what Vash says, Knives is convinced his plan is the only path forward. But let's be real here, Vash makes some damn good points. Humans have to rely on plants. There's literally no other way for them to survive on this desert wasteland of a planet. Are the plants being overworked and used until they reach their limit? Absolutely 100%. But that's completely Knives' fault. He's the one that crashed all the ships onto the planet in the first place. He's the one that set the course to the present day situation. The Big Fall was the start of this life of drought and hardship. And while the world implodes below them, Vash and Knives bicker about the morality of humanity. Knives even admits that humans can change, but it's not their lack of ability to adapt that's the problem. It's the amount of time it takes them to finally adapt. By the time humans are capable of creating everything necessary to sustain themselves, they'll have exploited the plants on no man's land to extinction. Knives cares far more about rescuing the remaining plants than keeping humans alive on a planet they obviously were never meant to live on. And you know what? Kind of get that. A well-written villain is the protagonist of the other side. From Knives' perspective, his entire species has been nearly wiped out by the needs of another one. Vash and Knives are the only independent plants on no man's land. They're the only hope for the plant's survival because they're the only plants who can actually fight back. And from Knives' point of view, Vash is betraying his own people to help the very same exploiters that enslave their species. This leaves only Knives to take up the standard of protecting plants. So he's not the mysteriously motivated villain of the 98 anime. His reasoning for destroying humanity, while misguided and ruthlessly genocidal, does have some logic behind it. Knives is not inherently evil, but horribly misguided by his anger over Tesla's fate. Now, over the next 7 months, Knives merges with more and more plants, and the Ark destroys more and more of human civilization by taking away the plants that kept them alive, leaving those who lived through the assault completely helpless. Naito makes it clear that Knives' strategy is working. Thirst, famine, even cannibalism becomes the norm for the places the Ark passes over. In Naito's own words, the world dried up and became eerily quiet. Humans had been nothing more than guests on this planet. Everything was returning to its original state. Humankind, the minor species that arrived here 150 years ago, was about to be utterly wiped out. Meanwhile, Knives becomes stronger and stronger, but also has to make more and more of an effort to control the plants that he's assimilated. It takes serious concentration for his ego to not get lost amongst the plants that he's consumed. And at this point, he looks like a corrupted angel, beauty and body horror twirled together in one glorious and deadly being. The merging process is taking an obvious toll on him. His sleep is filled with memories from the plants that he's joined with, and for 7 months, Vash is trapped in a steel cage with Legato's powers controlling his movements. However, humanity isn't known for backing down without a fight. The feds and friends of Vash work to outfit their smallest working ships with guns and missiles, the last line of human defense. Their plan is to attack the Ark from the last place Knives would expect, the stratosphere. They fly in from above and drop missiles on the Ark, doing some pretty severe damage, and suddenly Wolfwood is on board the Ark now. I don't know how he got there, maybe he caught a ride on a missile or something, but he's there and he's about to take on Legato in order to free Vash.
It's not explained, Mike. It's not explained.
Nothing is. That's the other
Nothing is explained.
The other thing that drives me nuts is that, like, every chapter, they're in a different place that has no name, and you have no idea where anybody is. I have no idea where anybody is at any given point. You kind of mentioned it in the script a little bit, where like, I guess like Legato showed up. He must have been like riding a missile or something like that. Like when they were, on.
Yeah, Wolfwood shows up just out of nowhere.
Just out of nowhere, but like it's also possible that he was there the whole time and they were fighting there the whole time. You know what I mean? Like it just, the ships look like the ground looks like the ships, towns look like ships, towns look like towns. Like nothing makes any fucking sense. Like I don't know how this possibly.
It's deep space feature gun action, man.
I don't know. I would have lost it. I would have lost it reading this on a weekly basis, because I would have been like, I have no idea. I lost the plot like 15 chapters ago. He slips behind Legato and tries to fire, but Legato realizes he's there before he can pull the trigger. He stops Wolfwood in his tracks, but Wolfwood being there at all is a catch-22. Legato's been concentrating on keeping Vash restrained for 7 months straight, and using his powers so consistently for that length of time has weakened him. The small distraction from Wolfwood releases enough pressure for Vash to break free. Realizing his error, Legato tries to restrain Vash again, but that lets Wolfwood get off a shot. Legato's wounded but not dead. He swiftly manipulates Wolfwood's arm and makes Wolfwood fire into his own gut, but that's the last thing he's able to do as he collapses from sheer exhaustion. Wounded and bleeding, Wolfwood carries Vash away, only to be confronted by Livio, the Double Fang, his childhood friend. Livio attacks and Chapel appears from above to ambush Wolfwood as well. Vash and Wolfwood are both horribly injured, their blood smeared across the floor, but with this last bit of strength, thinking of the children he must protect at the orphanage, Wolfwood summons his remaining will and strikes back. It doesn't go well. Instead of a clutch win, he gets turned into Swiss cheese. Wolfwood falls to the ground and his vision blacks out. He starts praying for the first time in the entire series. God, oh my Lord, can murderers only be murderers? Are you saying I could not be forgiven for my past? Am I wrong? And though it doesn't seem like Wolfwood is speaking out loud, Vash hears his prayer and awakens his own angelic powers to protect Wolfwood. His angel arm unleashes, but backwards with the barrel pointing behind him. It shoots a hole straight through the Ark beneath them, and Vash and Wolfwood fall through the ship towards the planet's surface. Vash's wing wraps Wolfwood in a protective embrace. They land safely, but Vash is certain Wolfwood is going to die. His body looks like he used the light bright sheet. His organs are all shredded. And then all the tension is knocked out of the scene as Wolfwood calls Vash an idiot, drinks a vial of healing juice, and it's totally fine. I guess healing juice is a thing. Honestly, it's pretty funny though. Like, one of the best parts of the entire manga is these two constantly ragging on each other, even mid-bullet storm. Vash finally learns about Wolfwood's past in the Eye of Michael, the superhuman speed and strength, and most importantly, the super healing abilities. Wolfwood explains his entire past and weakly asks Vash to help him. Vash yells right in his ear, "Don't die!" And Wolfwood yells back, "I'm trying to sleep here." It's a nice scene between the two superhuman / non-human entities that sums up their entire relationship. They finally fully understand and trust each other. So good news, the Ark is slowed down due to the damage caused in Vash's rescue. Bad news, humanity is on the brink of extinction and the Ark is heading towards December, the last city still standing. The kinda good, kinda bad news, the Earth fleet is likely to arrive soon, but they'll almost certainly be powered by plants, and Knives has the power to reach beyond the stratosphere, so he'll likely try to assimilate the plants that the humans are bringing. Meanwhile, Knives is obliterating people and soaking in their blood to keep a grip on his persona and not get absorbed by the plant mass. Meanwhile, Wolfwood leaves for the orphanage, knowing that's where Chapel and Livio will go to force his hand into fighting them. Wolfwood approaches the orphanage as one of the Chapel's goons is about to kill a kid, but instead of Wolfwood intervening, it's Livio that beheads the gunman. As I mentioned earlier, all of Chapel's apprentices come from this orphanage. As one of those apprentices, Livio knows these children. He was friends with them before the treatment was applied to make him Super Livio. You see, that treatment also enhances aging. Livio and Wolfwood are both in their late teenage years, despite appearing to be in the prime of their lives. Regardless, the two meet on the battlefield after everyone else has died. They stop for a minute to talk about their past, and Livio described what happened to him after he left the orphanage. He was saved by a mysterious person named Roslo, because we need more characters. Anyway, they do the fighting. Livio's got even better healing qualities than Wolfwood anyway, the only way to off him is a solid headshot. Livio is essentially an upgraded version of Wolfwood, and the Preacher is getting wrecked as a result. But suddenly, Wolfwood shoots a fucking missile at point blank range. Livio just barely dodges and realizes that if he hadn't, the shot would have killed both of them. Now Chapel, who's spectating from the sidelines, is momentarily stunned, but quickly flies out to fight in Livio's place. However, just like Livio is an upgraded version of Wolfwood, Wolfwood is an upgraded Chapel. His body is old and can't rejuvenate like it used to. He's quickly overcome. But suddenly, there's another dude who comes out of literally nowhere and attacks Wolfwood. It's Livio. But it's not. Third arm sprouts from Livio's body. His mask drops off. It's not Livio the Double Fang anymore. It's Roslo, the Tri-Punisher of Death. So Livio is this dude with the mask, right? He's Wolfwood's friend from the orphanage. He got pretty badly abused by his parents, which is why he ended up there in the first place. Due to that abuse, he developed multiple personalities. So Livio has this alter ego, Roslo, who takes the abuse so Livio could live peacefully. Now Roslo, despite being a part of Livio, is treated as an entirely separate member of the Gung Ho Guns. So there's originally 12 Gung Ho Guns, right? Then we got Elendira the Crimson Nail as secret number 13. Well, now there's an extra secret other Gung Ho Gun, Roslo the Tri-Punisher of Death. You know how you can like beat the end of a video game, but if you do a bunch of weird prerequisites, you can fight the super secret actual final boss? That's Roslo. Roslo absolutely thrashes Wolfwood, no contest. He gets wrecked. To Chapel's amazement, Wolfwood still gets back up to fight again, cause manga, and tells Chapel that it's his belief in Vash that's keeping him going. That if anyone could right the wrongs of this era, it's Vash the Stampede. So Chapel literally drives his crossgun into Wolfwood's chest like a stake. As Wolfwood feels his life fading, his caretaker looking at his bloodied husk on the ground, he thinks to himself, don't worry, I've made a friend. He's not as big of an asshole as me. With him, we could have done this as a team, probably. And right before Chapel delivers the final blow, Vash appears in angel arm form, because it wouldn't be a battle manga without a little power of friendship. Knowing Vash would be fighting knives, Wolfwood is completely blown away that he's here to help. In the commotion Vash creates, Wolfwood grabs his Regena juice with his teeth and breaks the glass, swallowing enough to begin healing and fighting again. And then he drinks another. This causes Chapel to watch in amazement because he's sure Wolfwood's body would explode. You see, these rejuvenation vials are great for quick healing, but they take a massive toll on the body. It's like grabbing a sensu bean in Dragon Ball, except if you ate like 3 of them, it'll overload you and you'll pop like a little balloon.
Oh god, it made it worse!
The fighting continues with Wolfwood and Vash synchronized in their moves. Roslo actually shows signs of fear. It's like the two can read each other's thoughts. They're so accustomed to fighting together that their combined strength is greater than the sum of its parts. Together they fight, Wolfwood taking bullets for Vash, Vash taking kunai for Wolfwood. It's obvious that their relationship has matured to a point where they care deeply about one another and trust each other completely. They also argue like brothers while getting shot at. It's the peak of their relationship, literally holding each other up as they fight while also yelling at each other. It's awesome. So Wolfwood engages Roslo again, this time specifically aiming for his guns and destroying 2 in the process, followed by his cybernetic arm. He then wraps Roslo in a bullet belt from his Punisher and detonates it. The explosion causes so much damage that Roslo can't regenerate fast enough, so Wolfwood, like a fucking boss, throws aside his Punisher and just punches Roslo right in the face. The balls on this guy. But just as Wolfwood goes in for another punch, a river of blood erupts from his mouth, followed by his body literally spraying blood everywhere. It's the juice backlash. Roslo sets himself upright to stab his hand through Wolfwood's chest, but he misses. In a Gollum Schmeagol situation, Livio starts fighting Roslo from the inside. I told you that friendship would be important. Wolfwood recognizes Livio is still in there and pushes Livio out of the way just before a piece of Chapel's gun that acts as a crossbow bolt pierces Wolfwood's shoulder, because Chapel isn't dead yet. He's just been on the ground this whole time, like catching his breath or something, whatever. His shot would have pierced Roslo first if Wolfwood hadn't pushed him out of the way. Realizing that Chapel was going to kill Roslo too, he goes into a rage, gunning down Chapel. Livio then takes over Roslo as the dominant personality, feeling grateful for his friend's sacrifice and wanting to live like Wolfwood has in the future, cause the power of friendship. Do the fighting done, Vash and Wolfwood find a quiet bench to sit on and share a drink. Wolfwood's body is totally fucked. He's on his last legs. He's totally thrashed. And he's already overdosed on the regeneration vials too. Vash prays for God to grant him one wish, and it's not stated, but we know what it is. For his only real friend to survive. A church bell rings, and Wolfwood's hand loses its grip on the bottle as he passes away. And if there's one thing I can say about this manga, it's loud. There's a lot going on. Bullets, rockets, angel arm death guns, it's constantly exploding. There's hardly a single frame that doesn't have text or explosions or fighting, so when the panels go quiet, it's impactful. The children of the orphanage let go of all the confetti they'd made for when Wolfwood finally returned home. They welcome him back, despite his own feelings that he doesn't deserve to be recognized by them due to his sins. He cries out, a tear falling down his cheek, and passes away. The scene is almost meditative in nature. It's told through emotions, not words, and in his last moments, Wolfwood became the ideal existence he didn't think humanity could reach. He believed in someone other than himself, didn't go for the kill, and was redeemed in the eyes of the people he cared about. Wolfwood saved Livio instead of killing him, though it cost him his life. He finally put Vash's ideals into practice. He saved his best friend from childhood and his chosen family, the children of the orphanage. It's the perfect end to Wolfwood's character arc, although a sad one. By sacrificing himself for others, he redeems himself from his past sins and finds a sense of purpose in life. His death also serves as a reminder that even those who have made mistakes can still make a positive impact on the world. Vash is depressed. His anger gets the best of him, and his angel arm emerges in a burst of energy that pierces the sky towards the arc passing overhead. He then buries Wolfwood, leaving his punisher as the headstone. He knows that Wolfwood would yell at him for lingering on his death, so instead of wallowing, Vash sets his sights on the next fight, the final fight against Knives. However, his hair is now half black, half his angel power is diminished. He and Livio eat and prepare for battle. They head west towards the arc. In outer space, a ship drops out of warp. The Earth ships have made it to no man's land despite the odds. They send the announcement of their arrival, which Knives is stoked about because he plans to absorb all the plants on board. Meanwhile, in December, the town, not the month, the militia prepares their last means of defense, an ion blaster cannon, which sounds like a cool sci-fi weapon. However, they neglected to realize that just like everything else on no man's land, the cannon is fueled by plants, and plants have a will. They're not willing to shoot their own kind, so no ion cannon. Womp womp. So Vash begins creating, like, angel bullets. He fuses his remaining power into ammo for his gun. And on board the Earth ship, the crewmates are suspicious of no man's land's condition and suspect there's independent plants living on it. Livio and Vash divvy up who they're gonna fight, Vash taking Knives and Livio taking Elendira, and with all the preparations made, the final showdown begins. The Earth ship fires at the Ark, recognizing the merged amalgamation threat, but Knives literally warps the ship out of danger and then strikes back, depleting their energy. Before Knives can attack again, Vash fires at the plant mass, forcing Knives to stop. He's confused by the burst of energy and turns to see Vash's hair completely black save for a sliver, standing with a smoking gun. The scene flashes back and forth between this final fight and the very first fight Vash and Knives had on No Man's Land when Vash shot Knives in the shoulder, and in retaliation, Knives slashed Vash's entire arm off. It's history repeating itself, now coming to a conclusion with the future of humanity hanging in the balance. They fire back and forth, Vash constantly blowing holes in Knives' massive form, but never going for a kill shot. Meanwhile, the only humans left, conveniently Vash's friends, try to negotiate with the remaining plants in an attempt to find a peaceful solution. Knives finally hits Vash, spraying blood everywhere, angel bullets falling from his body. He slumps to the floor in a bloody heap, and suddenly out of nowhere, Legato intervenes, letting Knives focus on the Earth ship once more. Legato, with a completely healed body for reasons, bends Vash's firing hand backward with his abilities. He releases his ability and fights Vash mano a mano with the giant spiky mace thing. During this fight, Legato's backstory is finally revealed. He was a sex slave that was accidentally saved by Knives on a killing spree, and he pledged his loyalty to Knives, knowing that he would eventually be killed once Knives completely eliminated the human race. He doesn't care about living, he doesn't care about himself, he merely wants to beat Vash to prove to Knives that he's better than his brother. The fight goes on forever. Blood goes sploosh. Vash reflexively uses some of his very little remaining angel energy to overpower Legato, breaking him. Vash holds his gun to Legato's head, and Legato yells at him to shoot. If he doesn't shoot, Legato will activate the threat in Livio, who's been fighting the Crimson Nail this entire time, by the way. Either kill me or leave your friend to die. That's the choice. With no time left and an impossible decision in front of him, Wolfwood's memory floods back into Vash's mind. It'll come for you someday, the day you must choose. Those are the only words left as Vash breaks his vows of pacifism and shoots his gun to end Legato's life. This is the moment where Vash finally has to meet his ideals head on and accept that there's not always a solution that doesn't involve bloodshed. Reality is a harsh mistress. Trigun isn't a story where the hero emerges victorious and realizes that his ideals were perfect. It's a story where reality crushes the hero in the end. To save another life, Legato had to die, and had to be by Vash's hand. Wolfwood learned from Vash's morals, but Vash also had to learn from Wolfwood's realism. Not everything is always going to turn out perfect. You can't save everyone, but more importantly, not everybody wants to be saved. Vash lays on the ground unconscious, remembering all the people who have died as the Earth ships wage war against Knives. They're losing. Knives is outmaneuvering them at every turn. He's too powerful for the Earth fleet to handle, but if he isn't defeated here, he'll likely warp himself to Earth and take out all of humanity. This isn't just about no man's land and the couple thousand humans remaining anymore. Remembering those who have died and gathering strength from his memories, Vash awakes for a final confrontation. In a last-ditch effort to save everyone, Vash connects himself to the plant conglomerate. The massive plants begin shedding crystals in the shape of angel feathers. Each one is filled with the plant's memories, and touching them reveals those memories to the holder. As all the remaining humans are touched by these angel feathers, they all remember one thing: the bravery, affection, kindness, and altruism of Vash the Stampede and his one everlasting ideal: love and peace, just like Ringo Starr. As Vash's message goes through to all the plants connected with Knives, they begin to break off from the mass, falling back to the planet's surface. In an effort to show that they've changed, the remaining humans do everything they can to keep the falling plants alive. Meanwhile, Vash and Knives clash against each other, both their hair just a sliver away from going completely black, heads forcing themselves against one another. Knives, with everything all but lost, is still unwilling to give up his path and tells Vash to kill him. As the fight reaches its final moments, Vash remembers Rem's final words: "Vash, be sure not to leave Knives on his own." And as angel wings sprout from Vash's back, he picks up Knives and flies him to safety as the ships from above fall to the surface, crushing everything around them. Even at the end of things, Vash will do anything to save everyone's lives, even Knives. He uses his last bit of angelic energy to save his brother. 6 months later, nobody has heard from Vash or Knives. They're both wanted, and Earth's forces are combing the planet for them. The scene flashes back to Vash unconscious and Knives pleading for someone to help his brother. They do get help, and Vash recovers. His hair completely black, but he lives. In a final act of kindness, Knives uses his last sliver of energy to create a fruit tree for the people who helped his brother survive. Finally at peace, he no longer sees humans as enemies, and giving them a gift as his parting act. Sorry. Meanwhile, the entire military is still after Vash, who yet again has a bounty on his head to answer for all the destruction caused by, the planet nearly being destroyed. Meryl and Millie find him again, but not as insurance agents, but this time as a news station investigative reporting team. And so the story comes full circle with Vash on the run and everyone after him, but the planet far safer because of his action. And so ends the insane story of Trigun. So what even the fuck was all of that? If you watched our insane story of Dorohedoro, you might remember that there wasn't much to think about after the story concluded, but with Trigun, it's a little different. It's pretty well known that at the time of production, Naito was a converted Christian. Christianity isn't super rare in Japan, but it's not anywhere near as common as it is in the West, and it's not even near the #1 religion. Naturally, the culture of Japan is going to have an effect on how Christian ideals are translated and also digested by the congregation. And despite what Naito does and doesn't say about its influence on Trigun, it's pretty apparent. A lone wanted pacifist wandering an endless wasteland, slowly amassing followers as he pursues his quest for redemption. Two brothers destined to fight, a sinning priest who finds salvation in the end, an ark sailing over a world being destroyed, not to mention the plants and their slap-you-in-the-face angelic qualities. It's all pretty on the nose. That being said, upon further inspection, Trigun is very much a twisted biblical reference from every angle, culminating in a very different message. Unlike Jesus, Vash is imperfect despite being more than human, and in the end he discards his convictions to satisfy his own selfish desires to save Livio and everybody else, whether killing somebody to do it was right or not. Vash is no angel, he's no god, he's simply somebody with ideals he tries really hard to hold on to. But inevitably, ideals need to be put aside sometimes. It's hypocrisy, virtue signaling, and arguably the most annoying thing about the church and its congregants. Jesus may forgive you for your sins, but all the people you fuck over likely will not. Since its inception, Christianity has been used as an excuse for violence of all kinds, the very antithesis of the overall message of the book held holy by its followers, even now, especially now. So Trigun corrupts the perfect prophet, spits in the face of do or do not, and simply invites people to try their best. A true Christian would never write Trigun, it's blasphemous. Instead, it's clear that Naito was struggling with his faith, trying to find the possibility of true virtue within his own character, and realized
realizing that it's simply impossible. It's not real. Never once has there been a true saint, and there never will be. In this way, Trigun is a better Bible than the Bible. The message remains the same: peace and love, don't be a dick, but there's no other commandments, nothing to pick apart to use in order to exploit your personal bigotry, no spirit to call forth in a vain attempt to be holier than thou by babbling like an idiot while writhing on the ground like you took a bucket of bath salts.
For now, the Spirit of God would lead you into some new territory.
The work of the Holy Ghost is to shikalimenda and to shumahaha. Oh.
Vash the Stampede is a great character, not because he's cool or funny, but because his faith in humanity represents something I feel that I've lost myself. Probably because it was written before 4chan existed. I mean, if all of us were more willing to give people the benefit of the doubt, a second chance, and believe there's good in others, maybe... Never mind, I just remembered the MAGA incel Nazis. Regardless, even after being forced to break his ideals, Vash doesn't drop them, and that in and of itself is the inspiration we need. Do what you feel you gotta do, then get right back on the path. Until we either assimilate with machines or are totally eradicated by the singularity, we will always be subject to the human condition, right? Bad thoughts, bias, violence, but also peace and love. Vash always believes in others. He still smiles and he still trusts, and the effect that he has on the people he touches is immense. So, go out and touch somebody and forgive them when they call the cops. Thanks for watching, everybody. My name's Mike. This is Bonsai Pop. Definitely check out Holzerkern Watches, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Sorry, but I gotta eat because I'm heading to work in like, I don't know.
Welcome to my channel.
I cannot remember the first time that I saw Vampire Hunter D. It's a weird thing to think about, right? I mean, others may have that issue with something like Snow White, but for me, Vampire Hunter D has lived rent-free in my head for as long as I can remember. Trying to narrow it down, it had to have been way past my bedtime in the early 90s on the Sci-Fi Channel. My mom had a friend that basically lived off Xena, Hercules, Star Trek, and cigarette butts. Her son was my surrogate older brother and used to enjoy waking me up in the middle of the night with his Spawn action figures or Chucky doll. Last I checked, he was living in the woods in a car somewhere. Anyway, I can clearly imagine myself tearfully going downstairs to complain and ending up watching Vampire Hunter D because it was just on, because the TV was always on and it was always tuned to the Sci-Fi Network. Later, I would track D down in a movie gallery, my hometown's specific brand of blockbuster knockoff, and eventually I would come in contact with the much better, much sexier sequel, Vampire Hunter D: Bloodlust. However, that first film, simply and aptly titled Vampire Hunter D, has always had a special place in my heart. It certainly had an effect on my tastes, especially in the early 2000s when I was a hop skip away from becoming a straight up mall goth stereotype. And let me just say that there's very few people who can say that they were there before it was cool. And I'm not saying that about me. I'd argue that even within the anime manga sphere in the West, that Vampire Hunter D was never cool, but Hideyuki Kikuchi, the author of D, can certainly say he was there before it was cool. Created, produced, and published in Japan, Vampire Hunter D was about 25 years early on the Western vampire craze of the late 2000s. A vapid fad funded by very horny middle-aged women and perpetuated by girls my age. It was a dark time indeed. But 1983, Japan, there was no Twilight to rip off, no teeny bop money black hole in which to base a novel series around vampires. Kikuchi-san just made what he made because he wanted to do it, and it worked. It was a very slow burn, but hot damn, it worked. And it worked because when you do something the right way, it doesn't always have to be at the right time. The best things in entertainment exist in living, breathing universes. Tolkien's Middle-earth, for example, the Star Wars universe, Marvel and DC's respective interwoven web of characters and locations. Like if you're reading Spider-Man, you know when Peter Parker's crying about MJ that Wolverine is off doing something awesome at that exact same moment. D is no different. The world Kikuchi-san created is vast and storied. Each novel is a snapshot of one corner or another of a land steeped in depression from a dying reign of vampiric overlords that lasted thousands of years. However, you wouldn't know that from simply watching the first film, which is respectively based off the first novel. So today, I want to talk about Kikuchi-san himself, the world he created, and most importantly, Vampire Hunter D: 1985, the classic film that brought D to the West and turned a niche little story into one of the best-selling book series of all time. This is Vampire Hunter D. Let's get into it. Guys, we're back with another Vampire Hunter D video, but this time it's not just because it's one of my favorite franchises, alright? We are also promoting Figurama Collector's most amazing statue to date. That's right, Figurama Collectors have made an absolutely incredible statue of D that has no equal, my friends. Figurama Collectors are still the only figurine company we've ever worked with because their statues are simply
the best for every franchise that they work on. And this isn't just some fan-made statue or a piece of plastic. I mean, this is some real substantial stuff. Figurama worked with the man, the myth, the legend, Yoshitaka Amano, who we will talk about later, on the design, and every statue carries his signature on the bottom. For Vampire Hunter D fans, this is the most detailed and authentic statue ever made for the franchise, and this is going to be your once-in-a-lifetime chance to grab it for yourself before it's on eBay for 5 times the price. The statue comes with swappable portraits and arms for D, as well as swords compatible with D's hand or sheathed upon his back while he holds the reins. As always, Figurama statues are limited in number and they do not restock. They always sell out within 24 hours, sometimes as quick as just 1 hour. So if you don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance to own this amazing collector statue with Yoshitaka Amano's signature on it, set your alarm right now for September 3rd at 10 a.m. Eastern Time and use our code BPVHDFC for $25 off your pre-order. Again, pre-orders open on September 3rd at 10 a.m. Eastern and use our code BPVHDFC for $25 off. This is the first and only Vampire Hunter D statue of this caliber, so please, if you are the mega fan, do not miss out on your chance to not only own a unique and rare piece, but something that literally just makes your house look better. I don't even know how to explain these things. These are like, this is real deal. So thanks again to Figurama Collectors for sponsoring this video. Now let's get on with the show. The 80s were a weird time. To be fair, I wasn't there, but I was squirted out into the immediate aftermath. You see, by 1980, boomers were about 30 years old. There was also enough money lying around in both America and Japan for them to begin to follow their more, let's say, artistic dreams, the fruit of which would highly influence my upbringing in the 90s. Series like Star Wars, Indiana Jones, The Neverending Story, The Goonies, E.T., Stand By Me, Back to the Future, the list of boomer genre flicks goes on and on. The interesting thing about them is the cultural osmosis they created. Kids in the 80s and 90s grew up with these same kinds of pulp fiction that boomers did when they were kids, thanks to them. Westerns, crazy sci-fi, high fantasy, all of these were mainstays of the pulp fiction that boomers read when they were children. Essentially, the 80s was the first example of a pop culture retro boom. It just happened to be in film. And Japan was really no different, which is where we meet the author of Vampire Hunter D, Hideyuki Kikuchi. He was born in 1949, and remember that because it's very important, in Choshi. Now, I checked out Choshi because I'm interested in where these people come from and how they lived, and I gotta say, it kinda seems like paradise. It's a coastal city in Chiba Prefecture, almost directly east from Tokyo, with a livable population density, which is kinda hard to find in a city in Japan, and it actually kinda reminds me of a big Japanese Cape Cod without all the junkies. It is peninsular, totally surrounded by water, and all about the fishing. But just 4 years before Kikuchi-san was given his first slap on the booty, signaling the harsh reality of consciousness, just 83 miles away, Tokyo was bombed to the ground. Now, this is a lesser-known reality of the Second Great War, but it wasn't just Hiroshima and Nagasaki that got leveled by the Americans. Some would say that the nuked cities got off lucky. Tokyo was hit by the biggest and most destructive air raid of the entire war, which completely leveled 16 square miles of the city and killed somewhere between 83 to 100,000 people. The 279 B-29 bombers used 1,665 tons of explosives, but more importantly, brand new incendiaries, consisting of accelerants like napalm to rain down on the mostly wooden city. While that would have been bad enough, a perfect pattern of weather and wind created a phenomena called a firestorm. Tornadoes of fire ripped through the city, and the air temperatures got so hot that human beings literally burst into flames. The vast majority of the victims were civilians. And 4 years later, when Kikuchi-san was born in beautiful Choshi, a little 2 hours west of him was an apocalyptic wasteland. On top of the casualties,
over 1 million people were left homeless. Many of them fled to the country to find family or simply somewhere else to be. And it's very likely that many found themselves in Choshi. This is, of course, conjecture due to the typical reclusiveness of the Japanese, especially Japanese creators, but it would not be a stretch to assume that a young Hideyuki would have been beguiled by tales of survivors of the Tokyo bombing, likely a witness to the burn victims, or even visited Tokyo during its reconstruction. So why does this matter, right? We're talking about the 80s, the good times, man, you know, AIDS and crack and Ronald Reagan, bro. Well, just like the American boomers who created the pulp films I grew up enjoying, the Japanese boomers were coming into their own as well in the 80s. However, while the Americans had a wistful sense of Leave It to Beaver nostalgia for the simple times mixed into their genre pieces, their Japanese counterparts had existential horror of post-apocalyptic terror. Vampire Hunter D isn't the first of Kikuchi-san's novels, a list which includes Demon City Shinjuku as well as Wicked City. However, it was where he truly came into his own. The Japanese were highly aware of what was going on entertainment-wise in the West, how the genre pieces were hitting the box office and making the boomers rich as fuck as the kids squeed with joy and bought all the toys. Kikuchi, who had worked as a translator for novels and already had put out Demon City Shinjuku in 1982, wanted to get in on that fat cash. He had already made a name for himself, however, he just couldn't take out the titties and gore, so his endeavor was kind of doomed from the start. In 1983, he put out his personal vision of Indiana Jones in his Treasure Hunter series, and then released the first novel of currently 40 in the Vampire Hunter D series. And why vampires, man? It's 1983, who cares? Well, it's because in the 50s, the Hammer films were huge, particularly the horror of Dracula, which along with many others made their way to Japan. And I can't drive home enough how this was an era of boomer nostalgia. However, Vampire Hunter D isn't simply a horror novel. It is literally coined as post-apocalyptic science fiction, Lovecraftian horror, dark fantasy, occult folktale, romance. And what's weirder is how well that works. The world of D, like I said earlier, is a universe unto itself. Taking place 10,000 years in the future leaves a lot to be uncovered and plenty of time for things to change so drastically as to be unrecognizable. It's enough time for civilizations to rise and fall, for technology to be created and lost, for new legends and myths to arise in the wake of power unimaginable to the filthy, squalling humans lost in the maelstrom of simple survival on an earth forever changed. In short, it's genius. However, the first novel doesn't really explain much, so much as introduce you to some concepts. And this, of course, was the one that was adapted into the movie we're talking about today. It was meant as an introduction to the series, but also something that could work as a standalone in case the novel crashed and burned. However, by the time Vampire Hunter D 1985 was released, there were 3 well-selling novels in the franchise, and the hope was likely that for each novel an anime would be produced as a counterpart. Obviously that wasn't the case. In fact, if you know your anime history, or have at least dipped your toes into the wild world of classic anime, D could be written off easily as another weird property some coked out 80s dude threw money at for whatever reason. And if you're in our Patreon and you join the watch parties, you know exactly the kind of stuff that I'm talking about right now. It also doesn't help that the movie was produced by Ashi Productions, who have what I would call an eclectic portfolio to say the least. They've done everything from Violence Jack Harem Bomber to some Mega Man OVA to Futari Ecchi to even Macross 7. I would kind of put them under the category of horny and likes robots. However, D was one of the pioneering anime of the 80s made specifically for an older audience rather than a general one. I imagine the conversation went something like this. Kikuchi-san, can we not have this demon's head erupt into a fountain of blood and maybe take the titty out here? It's a bit much for the kids. To which Kikuchi replied, fuck the kids. And it turns out that attitude kind of worked. In a way, films like Vampire Hunter D were exactly what American audiences, in particular, were waiting for. they just didn't know it. However, because of this, the film was given a pretty low budget, leaving its finished look somewhere between televised anime and a movie. It did simply okay. However, it was one of the earlier films of this type to be brought to America after Akira's eventual cult success. It had a small US theatrical release in 1992 and then ended up in my brain thanks to the Sci-Fi Channel. Another important thing to remember is that 1992 wasn't exactly the golden age of English anime voice work. Films like Vampire Hunter D were brought overseas mainly by enthusiastic fans who happened to work in the business. Nevertheless, we got it, and in the shape it was in, but it opened doors for Americans into the world of D and adult anime. So what I want to do now is take a look at the first couple minutes. The movie opens up with a tiny crawl that gives you the absolute minimum information. This story takes place in the distant future when mutants and demons slither through a world of darkness. Cool, okay. However, the accompanying imagery is what really catches the eye. The twisted and beautiful yet decrepit castle in the middle of a rusty red wasteland backlit by the moon while a blood red planet hangs in the equally red sky. This kind of architecture and imagery isn't something that would be widely appreciated until the release of Bloodborne on PS4 in 2015, a full 30 years later. This landscape, as well as much of the visual flair to the world of D, is almost completely thanks to the vision of our Lord and Savior, Yoshitaka Amano. Like Kikuchi-san, Amano-san now enjoys celebrity status. He is responsible for creating Gatchaman, Tekkaman the Space Knight, Hutch the Honeybee, and Kashan. However, it was around 1982 when he went independent that he really took off as an artist. And one of his first projects was illustrating for Vampire Hunter D in 1983. Oh, and he also designed basically every single Final Fantasy character ever created, but you know, whatever. Amano actually worked very closely with the animation department on the film, which is kind of unusual, but he had prior experience from his years working on none other than Speed Racer, and it's thanks to that even with a relatively small budget, D came out at least unique. So moving on, we see a young girl cautiously walking through long grass bathed in shadow. Somewhere within range, a monster is looking for food. And on first sight, it looks like a cross between a dinosaur and an alien from Alien. When she hears the monster, she rushes forward and blasts it with light. Clearly, this is a trap of some kind. The monster turns, and she shoots it in the neck, creating a giant spurt of blood. The creature then spits blood back at the girl, who cleanly dodges it as it inexplicably explodes. A chase begins. Buttshot, the girl calls her horse. While she rides, she raises her energy rifle and fires 3 more shots, the last hitting the monster in its head, which explodes in a ball of gore. Closing in on the felled horror, the girl checks to make sure it's dead. Satisfied with the results, she turns, but the monster rears up and latches onto the neck of her horse. And I mean, look at this horse. It's having a bad day. It's then that she pulls out a whip, wraps it around the creature's neck, and somehow this thing has the ability to send an electric current through it. I don't know. She then shoots the monster's head clean off its neck. Turning to check on her horse, which personally I would have considered a lost cause by now, she sees its throat in the jaws of a giant werewolf. Horse in mouth, it carefully tears her cross off of her neck with one finger and scoots away. Out of nowhere, a giant vampire shows up in a bolt of lightning. The girl recognizes him as a noble and ineffectively fires at him, only for him to pull out the fangs. The screen goes black, and boom, Vampire Hunter D logo. Guys, that is 5 minutes, and in that 5 minutes we get futuristic weapons, a mutant monster that can live with its brains hanging out, knowledge that humans are still riding horses, the idea of the strength and intelligence and that werewolves exist, and the fact that vampires are considered nobles and guns don't do jack to them, the fact that this is going to be very bloody, and of course, Buttshot. I feel that this scene alone really sets the precedent for the film. The budget may have not been up to snuff, which generally leaves things lacking in the animation department, but they knew where to put their assets, and ultimately the writing and directing does the job. It's clear that the people working on D believed in their project and did the absolute best with what they had. Not only is this fantastic imagery, I mean, you know exactly what you're going to be getting right off the bat, but it is also a ton of visual information that isn't just explained to you. It's shown rather than told, and much of D is like that. The environment and people within the stories tell you about the world and the state of things. And then of course, you get D himself, a tall man with long, beautiful hair riding a mechanical horse, wearing a black, wide-brimmed, pointed hat, huge caped coat, and a wicked curved sword across his back. He is cold, unflappable, and seemingly drifts about unendingly across the windy plains of the frontier. He is by profession a vampire hunter. However, within him are many secrets. Some are revealed in the film. For instance, his left hand is some kind of magical symbiote with a nasty sense of humor who seems to exist mostly to torture D with said sense of humor. But he also happens to have something kind of akin to Miroku's wind tunnel from Inuyasha, amongst other various tricks and abilities. D himself is also a Dhampir, half vampire, half human, making him the ultimate tragic hero. He has a lust for blood that he can never satiate due to compassion for humans, but he's also hated by the nobility for his mixed blood. On top of that, he's feared and hated by humans simply because of what he is, regardless of any achievements. D also exists in a world of endless strife, so he only works for pay, which earns him the same amount of respect as a bounty hunter that is also a demon. He knows love, but isn't able to embrace it. It can also be assumed that he is very old. But as far as the film itself, or even the first novel, Vampire Hunter D isn't what you'd call one of the greats. The animation is subpar for a movie. The story, which mostly revolves around the girl from the beginning, Doris Lane, being freed from the vampiric curse put upon her, which of course pits D and Left Hand against a noble and his minions in the attempt to protect her and break the curse. It's nothing super special if you're looking at it objectively. Obviously, this video has been full of awesome shots and action from the film, but really going into it, at least the plot of Vampire Hunter D 1985, is kind of unnecessary. If you want more info on D himself and more lore on the world, I recommend checking out our other Vampire Hunter D video when this is done. However, within this first story's very simple plot lies seeds upon seeds for furthering a story and expanding a world. There's imagery within the film that is iconic to this day, and I think judging a film like this arbitrarily by itself is kind of pointless, regardless of quality, which, mind you, doesn't bother me at all personally. The impact of this film can't be denied. It was a crack in the door that shone a light on what could be done with mature animation. It was one of the first more widely witnessed examples of what was waiting for us across the sea. It's difficult to relay the kind of liberation something like Vampire Hunter D was at the time. The late 80s and early 90s in the West were a tumultuous period where children were political chess pieces, and how to properly protect them from the dangers of violent media was a career maker for some of the most awful people still residing in the American government today.
It is a sick, disgusting video game in my judgment. It's an effort to trap and kill women. Shame on people that produce that trash. It's child abuse in my judgment. I don't believe what I just saw.
Without the early introduction of D, I likely wouldn't have found other movies like Ninja Scroll or Kikuchi-san's other works that have come to define this channel, like Wicked City. And I think, importantly for me, it led me to find the world of Vampire Hunter D within the books. It's truly
Dracula
engaging.
SRB.
Since its Western debut,
Welcome
the
to my
film has
channel.
become a cult classic
GC Snatch.
and led a lot of people in defining their tastes when it comes to anime.
Jeste ljudi, šta ima?
Da. Jesi?
Oj, jebote kako glasa. Uf. Šta vam je sad? Opet ste jeli plave tablete.
Opet su, sad im je loše Snake, ne igraju Hanta, pa ne znaju šta će gdje. gdje da se troše.
Znam, ti
jebote solo igraš. A sa randomsima solo, znači toliko voliš taj film.
Ne znam.
Dijagnoza sine.
Prolupo totalno. Prsa smo...
Ti Snake igraš toliko godina isti gear i sve isto. To je isto kao u životu kad hoćeš da radiš jedno isto.
To ti je kao da nosiš 10 godina istu majicu. Šta? To što sam rekao? Pa šta sam... Šta sam rekao pogrešno, mislim da sam rekao tačno kako treba.
Ima se.
Nemoj greške. Pa nešto sam, ono... Neki musli sa mlekom sam smazao i... Čekam 1:15... Ne, čekam 1:05 da Milan dođe da mu spremim kafu. Pošto je prošli put mi poslao poruku kao, kao, imaš kao 2 u 1. Ja rekao, imam čovječe...
Kako on tebe voli?
Slušaj, ja vam kažem, imam kafu, ali jebote idem za 10 minuta idem. Pa kao radiš od 2. Jest, teleportujem se, znaš. Teleportujem se na radno mjesto. Putalo.
Šta te zanima? Počeo si da igraš taj 7 Days baš, a?
No igrao sam ga i ranije, nego sad su ga updateovali.
Baš poboljšali. Znam ja da si ti igrao, brate, ranije. Znam da si počeo sad opet tako.
Pa, ovo je zadnji update. Šta sam ono teo?
Probao Deep Rock?
Igrao sam Gator. Ima novu sezonu.
Kako je?
Kao stara sezona, samo...
Samo doda se neki.
Da. Bukvalno kao ista sezona kao prošla, znaš, ono kao... Mislim ima tu ono... Patch za ovo oružje, mislim to ti znači samo ako igraš igru malo duže vremena, isto kao u Huntu kad bi ti rekao da su ne znam automat nerfovali ili Mauser sad koristi medium ammo, to znači samo tebi i meni i ljudima koji igraju igru, Milano ne znači na primjer ništa.
Kako toplo ljudi, ovo strašno.
To ti vjerujem.
Bukvalno da ne izveš iz kuće. Rocket Stone.
Never get sold.
Nema ništa novo. Nema ništa novo na netu, rekao. Na društvenim
mrežama. Ako te zanima što ima novo na društvenim mrežama, pitaj... Nenada.
Gospodin, Nenada?
Da, on ti je Instagram majstor. Nema greške. A?
Здорово.
Skači, skači. Da ti to nisi počeo možda... Da arbajtaš nešto? Ti.
Ne.
Misliš se na Milana, naravno.
Ne
Ti se bavaš.
A, Milan počinje, kažeš.
Ma nije to bilo pitanje za njega.
Ma jok bre, ja. Ne još ništa.
Ne, rekao, zato te nema.
Ma jok, pa ne igram komp.
Nema.
Išao po ovom gradu, zajebavao se na ovaj Adi se kupuju.
Počeo si da
Malo fizikalije.
Roleplay da radiš.
Bolje mi to nego
Roleplay IRL. Pa ne moraš. Nisi pod ugovorom.
Da li me vara s tobom?
A sveđe da Milan kupuje sve novo da bi bio Hunter, novu grafiku, proces.
Ozbiljno? Dobro, svako ima svoje... Njemu je to dopamin, znaš, on...
Svako ima svoj kokain.
Njemu je bitno da kupi što jače, što bolje, a to što ga upali jedan put ne da nikom ništa. I to zbog Hunter.
Da, lud si ti. To je igra stara 5 godina. Te generikuje. Drako, s toga tiče nije ni mora da menja komp. Samo radi toga.
Nije. Nema vez.
Samo radi toga, ne.
Igrali smo Dark Tide.
Pa to su već nove igre, jel da?
Da. Ne bi mogao na onom starom kompu ni da zamislim Dark Tide. Onoliko detalja. Neki PvP igre više ne igram, bret. To je kretenski. Gotovo kam. Samo PV.
Znači World of Warcraft.
Ti stvarno hoćeš da me ubiješ. Ali bi igrao taj fazon neki da grindam. To mi je ono. Čekaj, kako je stanje na ALK shop? Da ima. Da li je ovaj Rising jeftinije?
Gledaj, Milane, za tebe sliku. Ali ona je još jasna.
Jeba. Zdrav doručak, ali samo 5 minuta. Izgleda kao da si ostavila otvoren prozor dok je neko kosio travu. Evo moguće ovo.
Da.
Kad smo već kod vrate masnoće, odo da spržim jaja.
Da spržiš jaja?
Da. A ne, da spržim bug...
Pa dobro, ne znam ja, to si rekao, ne znam ja. To sam čuo.
Da spržim jaja, jebote Snake.
Jesi ti čuo šta je čovjek rekao je?
Ja ne mogu da verujem koliko si pokvaren.
Rekao je čovjek... Da, rekao je čovjek da ide sprži jaja. Ja ne znam o čemu se radi.
Šta ti zamišljaš u svojoj glavi da mi je...
Moja mašta je bujna, nemaš pojma.
Koliko si pokvaran jebote.
Pa ja sam mislio čovjek prži jaja, kako to ide.
A je li moguće ovo?
Pa neki novi S.N.M.
Jo, majko mil. Idi bre.
Popis toga se...
SNS, češ ovog. A, još luđi, kaže SNS.
Je Srpska napredna stranka.
Joj, ljudi moji.
Gdje si ubica?
To je Makedonac, gdje si? Vidi kako priča tečno srpski, jebote, šta je ovo?
Zamenio si me Milane.
Ma.
Neka.
Sram ga bilo.
Da, mi se boli me kurac. I tako i treba. Samo da ste vi meni pun broj. A ja i Snake ćemo da tapšemo sa strane.
Nemoj da tapšeš!
Nemoj da tapšeš, kretenu. Ljudi moji, ovo je stvarno show postalo. Da ljudi streamuju kako kockaju po čitav dan, pa ovo stvarno nema nigdje.
Pa to ti je kick platforma, možeš i ti to da radiš.
Odlično, baš hoću, baš ja da uvalim nekom kurac da brate pare bre.
Pa ne nego, to šiš tuđe pare.
Prodam brate dušu, pa znam, ali svakako prodajem dušu tako da.
Promotuješ kanal za kockanje. Da bi ljudi kao što je Milan koji nemaju kontrolu nad mozgom.
Ali to je jebate greh, znaš koji.
Pa zašto? Jel ja tebe vučem za rukav da si ti kockaš?
Its sequel film, Bloodlust, which surpasses the first in every single way, would drastically help in that endeavor, and we will be covering that in October. However, if you're already a super fan, or if this video has got you interested in the universe, or just this movie, now is absolutely the best time to give it a shot, or to watch this film again. Sentai Filmworks has remastered the original, redubbed it, and released it on Blu-ray. It is leagues better than it used to be. It's crazy how much better it looks. You've been seeing visuals from it this entire time. But honestly, the new dub is fantastic. Now is also the best time to get into the Vampire Hunter D novels as well. Dark Horse Comics, who have been in charge of the manga adaptation of the books, started releasing omnibus versions of the novels. I have the first one here already, and I believe the second one is due out soon. It's 3 books in one, and you get a physical version of it. But if you don't want the physical version, all of them are available to download on your iPad and stuff. But I think most importantly, never forget that just because something isn't cool right now doesn't mean it'll stay that way forever. Personally, when I was a kid, I read comic books, I loved superheroes, I loved anime, and everybody thought that that was the stupidest thing in the world. Now comic book movies make more money than any movies have ever made previously, and like, everybody's a weeb. It's a weird existence. Kikuchi-san tried, and arguably failed, to grab the boomer genre flick fad while it was hot. However, in doing things his way, which of course was titties and gore, over time, his vision of this post-apocalyptic future, inspired by the post-war existence he led when he was a child and the films that inspired him as he grew up, turned into one of the best-selling novel series of all time, with well over 17 million copies sold worldwide. Not to mention 2 animated movies, a manga, radio dramas, and much more. Sometimes it just takes time. Sometimes it just takes the product finding the right audience. But before Fallout, before Bloodborne, before Akira, there was Hideyuki Kojima and it's going stronger than ever.
Dobro, ne mislim
Guys, hey,
za
don't forget about Figurama's insane Vampire Hunter D statue. Literal once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm telling you, man, these things sell out on day one.
Ali pošto radimo od 7 dana, 6 dana Dracula, znaš, malo bi ti mnogo bilo da odem na posao, da se vratim kući, da legnem u krevet i tako, znaš, svaki dan. Malo bi ti mnogo bilo.
Our lucky patron of the week, Elevator Music, and our high-tier patron of the week, Omni Penguin. My name is Mike. This is Bonsai Pop. Thanks so much for watching. We got more D, we have more horror, so check it out. Maybe subscribe if you like what you see, and I'll see you next time.
Gledaš bre na vrate to da ono...
Ja to gledam ovako. Gospodin dotični neradnik, nećemo da pričamo ko je.
Dobro, o njemu nećemo pričati.
Nema nikakvih ambicija i želja u životu i ni nešto ne mora da troši energiju bez na seks koji ne vodi ka reprodukciji, već vodi seks je svrha samom sebi, razumeš, kod njega. Ne vodi, razumeš, potomstvu, samo moje ja, ne trebaju mi deca zato što hoću da žena brine se o meni, znači seks ne vodi ka reprodukciji kod njega.
Jasno, znam.
Razumeš? Isto tako taj računar na koji kao on troši gomilu novaca ne služi da on, recimo, poslije napornog dana na poslu, razumeš, on se ono, razumeš, isključi mozak, ono, upali film, upali seriju, dopisuje se s nekim, ali to njemu ne treba, zato što on nema, razumeš, nikakvih, o čemu pričaš, pa zašto, šta će to njemu? Pa šta će to njemu, razumeš, šta će to njemu? Njegovo je samo da se razmnožava bez, razumeš, mogućnosti za čeć. To je samo snošaj. Lijepik. Ništa drugo.
To je ništa.
Pa ništa. Znači ne složi slusi.
Vidiš, Boris je napravio, vrete, sina, vrete. On je i bio u toj blagodati. Vodi da je imao ljubav. Tako, Boris? A?
Imao sam ljubav i onda sam na refuncu ljubav.
Onda si pukao.
I onda je refundo.
Dobro, ti si refundo, ti si jebiga gamer.
Ipak sam shvatio da ja volim samo sebe.
Sviđa mi se što si iskren, što je ono... Voliš samo sebe.
Volim samo sebe. Pojebi na sebe.
A svi mi ovdje volimo samog sebe, čim mi pričamo u ovoj poziciji Discord, igranje igrice.
Ne vidim grešku u tome. Ako ne voliš samog sebe, ko će da te voli?
A da, ali ponekad je i loše...
Ali ako stalno samog sebe stavljaš u prvi plan, to je već zabrinjavajuće.
Tako je. Otiš prihod, dosta je i bio je.
Šta je, otišao premijer?
Nije friko. Premijer je u akciji. On bi i dalje da igra Hunt. Brod tone, a on i dalje ostaje prvi sam na...
Prvi mornar.
U čemu da budeš uporan, konju jedan?
Svetska olimpijada u Huntu.
U igranju?
Da budeš broj 1 shotgun u igri, šta? Je li to?
A je li moguće ovo, već?
Muće si to rekao.
Dragi, tako su mi hlane ruke. Super, onda mi pridrži pivo. Moguće. Alo, matori, gasta go.
Ali se znaš da ja ne gledam televiziju. Deprimiraju me reklame i politika. Molim te, nemoj to da me radiš.
Deprimiraju.
Ma deprimiraju me, baš me deprimiraju. Znaš, turske serije i reklamni blokovi koji traju satima, molim te, nemoj. Depresija me vrti. Kad odem kod kuma, on barem, uključi taj YouTube, pa, možeš da zaustaviš, permotaš, preskočiš reklamu, pauziraš video, promeniš, šta god razumeš. U suštini biraš između kontenta, ali kontent je toliko, razumeš, opsežan da, barem imaš iluziju izbora. Ako ti je izbor da gledaš na televiziji, kao moj stari juče. Juče je bilo i prekiče, kad je bio, nedelja mislim, nedelja.
Kaj je futbol bio?
Ne, bilo je futbal, tenis, rukomet, razumeš?
Bugarska protiv Srbije, dobro.
Sve nijansa, razumeš, niđe serija, niđe filma, niđe ništa, razumeš? Na 10 kanala sport. Ali nije to to. Ali nije to zdrava priča.
Kako nije to?
Zato što je to sve novac. To je novac.
Nema veze.
Novac. To nije...
Ali filmovi nisu novac, šta?
Druže, znači ti kad kupuješ paklicu od cigara, ti ne kupuješ paklicu cigara da je staviš na sto i da je se diviš. Ti si je kupio da je zapališ.
Dobro, Snake, ali
kad
gledamo
kupiš komad, da.
Eto, sad ti kažeš što je sve novac, a šta nije sve, brate, novac? Gledaj, stani.
Kad odeš u muzej, ne ideš da bi kupio umetničko delo, već ideš da bi možda naučio neku, razumeš, jest. Možda da bi nešto naučio, bi se edukovao da mi ne znam. Da.
Pričamo ti i ja, a prvi smo na Steamu bacili toliko para, bre, za igre.
Koliko si bacio para?
Igre nisu, brate, novac, nebitno. Dali smo koliko smo, brate, dali.
Ti ne plaćaš igru.
To je prodaja, prodaju nam njihovo...
Kupuješ IP. Ili ti intelektualno vlasništvo. Intelektualno vlasništvo grupe ljudi koji su radili na tome. Jesi ti mogao da smisliš, recimo, sam, da kodiraš i napraviš taj Benny Han Shodan, jesi li? Sam. Ili ja i ti. Ne. Ne ni taj debil što igra. Ljudi koji se bavi programiranjem i 3D modeliranjem. Znači ti plaćaš njihov rad. I Milan kaže da njihov rad ne vredi više od 5 evra, je li tako, Milane? Izvini, ovo je tema druga.
Mutiraj.
Nek se mutirao. On kaže da... Da, ne vredi više od 5 evra. Plafon 5 evra. Ali to košta. Ne, mene ne interesuje, ja neću da... Ja plaćam toliko, pa nek se oni snađu.
Gledaj, a i prodaju smeće, to je stvari smeće.
Pa ti...
Ljudi naprave, ako ćemo da gledamo sad sa, eto, da gledamo sa te duhovne strane i to, oni ipak, okej, stara oružja, western, ali ipak te mađi, oni ipak na kraju prodaju...
Satanizacija.
Satanizacija, je satanizacija ozbiljna. Tako?
Satanizacija, niđe ti u igri nemaš, recimo...
Niđe normalne stvari.
Sad ću ti reći, recimo imaš sveštenika u igri, jel' tako?
Da.
Katoličkog, imaš popadiju također isto. Da. Jel imaš? Jesu nešto drugačije od drugih karaktera?
Ne.
Da on ima recimo raspeće, pa ne znam, čita opelo, pa poškropi svetom vodicom, pa izvadi knjigu. Jel ima nešto posebno? Nema! To je samo kozmetika. Imaš staru ženu koja se šeta okolo sa ručnim magnumom. To je jebeni skin. Niti se kreće sporije od svih ostalih, može da isto skače, da trči, da puca.
I onda dođemo na kraju svega ovoga, zaključak, sve tu stvari smeće.
I nego... Ne doprinosi ničemu novom. Razumeš? Ništa se... To je bilo wow, interesantno kad je izašlo. A sad je samo pretvorilo se u mašinu za pravljanje novca.
Bravo, to. Znači, mi smo toliko dugo tu i igramo i ja sam to shvatio isto. Više nema poente, nema noviteta, nema ništa, nema uopšte ništa novo, nešto da... Ne, to na kraju ispade, ajde da turujemo, da jebemo ljudski, brate, mozak i karaćemo ga. I eto, to oni, brate, rade. Oni se sprdaju s nama. Znaš, baš zbog tih prodaja skinova, DLC-eva, kursi palci. Pa jebe mu mater, bre. I to je isto kao kocka, brate. Isto oni to, znaš, sad će event, aj da sad napravimo, pošto smo dosegli do eventa, da napravimo, da malo produžimo vreme.
Na račun toga, čini mi se da Crytek to ne može da uradi trenutno.
No, pa ne samo oni, nego svaka druga firma, mislim.
Nisu, previše su izreklamirali, ishajpovali nešto što neće moći da završi. Ili u pitanju AI od toga roaming bossa, ili u pitanju kiša, ili možda ne kiša kao kiša, već zvučni dizajn koji se naravno menja.
Znači, bit će sranja.
Neće biti, zato i nemaš event trenutno, zato još patch koji su, zato hajpuju svaki dan na YouTube-u i na Twitteru i na...
Čekaj, trebao je da izađe event.
Trebao je, pa te server nemaš. Te server nemaš već nedelju dana, skinuli su te server, ne možeš da uđeš u igru. A ako nemaš te server, znači da treba da ide live, a nije live. Crytek ništa ne priča o tome, Psycho Ghost koji nikad nije komentarisao likove, znaš ono kad izađe, ne znam, lik, ili kad, razumeš, neko data majnuje nešto, nikad nije komentarisao to, nikad. Sad je napravio video o, razumeš, o stvarima koje su likovane. Zašto? Zato što mu je neko rekao od ovih prijatelja, saradnika iz Cryteka, da napravi nešto, razumeš, da još uvek ono, da zamaže masi oči, razumeš, da ih još malo hajpuje. I imaš, na desetine sam čitao, razumeš, to sam teo da pročitam i upravo sam, znam da sam upravo, da se namerno hajpuje taj event da se ne bi ljudi ohladili, a kad će to Crytek da sredi, ne znam ni sami, pošto ništa još nisu rekli. Bio je jebeni, šta je to bio, kao njihovi ti promoteri, ti što rade za njih kao PR, oni su kao igrali Hunt i kao delili su ključeve za novi DLC, a neko ih je provalio, onaj DLC što su reklamirali, onaj stari čiča sa, ne znam da li si ga vidio na shopu kao DLC.
Nisam, a ne gledam.
Ima.
Uopšte neću ni da ulazim u to.
Ma ne idem ja, nego kažem ti, neko je postao pa sam vidio. A da, neću da kupim uopšte. I neko je primetio da su skinuli datum sa, bilo je kao soon, i sad piše kao, promenili su ono kao, da se ne zna kad će kao izaći. Što znači da su nešto sjebali.
Nešto sjebali, da.
Jeste, a ne znam kako da naprave. To je to. To su klasične Crytek gluposti.
To je to. Jeboj mi ja pas mater. Bilo je zanimljivo na, vrate, početku, a sad kad sam vidio kad su izmenjali onaj story i ono sve, kad su počeli da ubaciju masu skinova, a pre to bila samo klasika, oni hunteri klasični. Prava igra, brate, bila pre. A sad, brate mili.
Nijedan hunter ti nije ni unikatan po to logici. Nijedan nema snimljene ni linije teksta, nemaš ni onaj finisher kao u Call of Duty, razumeš? Da recimo uradi neki kao, jeli, kao Call of Duty, onaj kao specijalni nalev, nešto, ništa, samo skin, zarad skina. Uprosti.
Aj, treba igrati neku igru, ja nemam veze sa skinovima.
Good luck finding that.
Ne, majke mi nešto što je dobro.
Čitam da ta zavrzlama oko skinova ti je proizišla iz toga da današnji developeri ne znaju kako ljudima da naplate $60 ili $70 cenu igre. Jer sve je otišlo gore, a cene igara su ostale iste. I ljudi to ne kapiraju. I jedini način da to uradiš je da prodaš igru i da navučeš ljude za $40, po ceni da gubiš pare, i da navučeš ljude na igru, da bi im prodao kozmetiku u kozmetik shopu, jer tako ćeš jedino isplivati iz govana, razumeš, finansijski.
Samo ako napraviš smeći.
Pa ne, nije smeće u pitanje, nego moraš da uradiš tu komercijalizaciju i season pass i kozmetiku.
Ali kako su pre, kada sećaš se kada toga ničega nije bilo.
To što su cene bile drugačije.
Nije cene bile drugačije, nije imalo ni igrača toliko.
Nađi igrača. Da.
Nađi igrača. Znaš, bilo je 2K ono igrače i znaš, a sad kad je sve više, onda ovo, ono, samo da prodaju nešto.
Crytek je pre godinu dana uzeo
ne ide bre na dobrom putu.
150 miliona i neko uložio u Crytek kao firmu.
Ozbiljno?
Da, neko na Redditu je našao finansijski izveštaj koji su dostupni su javno i financijski izveštaj kako posluje Crytek kao kompanija. Neko je 150 miliona uložio prošle godine u Crytek. Nenad ima, ne znam odakle mu ta informacija, da je kineski onaj Tencent koji pripada vojsci, telekomunikacijska kuća, da su oni platili Cryteku da im uradi verziju engine-a da bi mogli da naprave kao svoj vojni simulator. Kao što imaš, naša vojska koristi jebeni simulator letenja, skoro svaka vojska. Jeftinije ti je da platiš simulator letenja nego da trošiš gorivo i, razumeš, ljudstvo, i mehaničar i gluposti. Da bi obučio ljude kako da lete. Isto tako kineska vojska, to je Tencent, navodno je uložila jedan deo love u Crytek da bi im ali ili engine ili da bi možda dali alate da mogu da razviju svoj software. Isto kao Arma, znaš šta je Arma? Arma 1, 2, 3. To ti vojni jebeni simulator, razumeš? Nebitna je grafika. Znači ja kad sam vidio šta je, ja nisam teo da igram, bež od toga jebem. Bio sam jednu vojsku dosta. Da ja učim kako se, ne znam, jedinice grupišu, da sad ti otvaraš taktičku mapu, pa ti kažeš jednoj grupi idi tamo, drugoj vamo, pa zoveš vazdušni napad, jebote. Kažeš ti trode igra, ne da je, razumeš, domaći zrad. Da, RP. Idi u kurac.
Učiš, bukvalno.
Ko ćeš da ideš u vojsku, idi u vojsku, bre, neći se od mene. I tako. Dosta firmi ne posluje u plusu i onda svako radi nešto. Zato ti je Call of Duty, kako možeš igru kao što je Call of Duty Modern Warfare da daš žabi?
Ja upalim sad stream neki Call of Duty i ti sad kažeš Call of Duty.
A zato što su velike šanse da to ljudi upravo streamuju. Igra je besplatna, a ono što nije besplatno je vreme i novac na kozmetiku. A ako se nešto dovoljno reklamira, uvijek se nađe jedan deo igrača koji će da plati tu kozmetiku, jedan dobar deo igrača. Jer zašto ljudi kupuju drugu odeću? Ljudi kupuju drugu odeću da bi bili različiti od drugih. Isto tako ljudi kupuju skinove igram. Da bi bili različiti od drugih ljudi. A imaš ljude, kaže ti kao što sam ja imam puno normalne odeće, a nosim uvijek jedno te isto. Ne znam kako ti.
Tako i ja isto, bravo. Ali gledaj, sad u posljednje vreme, eto radim kontru sebi. Pošto sam samo nosio jedno te isto, ali stvarno imam mnogo robe. Počeo sam i da nosim nešto što nikad nisam rekao. Pokušavam, znaš, razumeš. A ovako sam se navikao, bole me kurac, nosim jedno te isto, ali... Ali to je ono, znaš... Prvo meniš, radiš neke stvari, druge malo. Kažem sebi, neka mi ne stoji ovo lepo, ajde nosit ću, možda proći. U stvari, da li da gledam da li mi nešto stoji lepo ili ne, to je pitanje. Uopšte ne treba oko toga čovjek da se... A to si upravo za Call of Duty. Ma oni su najgori, već. Oni? Ja bi njih ugasio, već. Ti vidio kak je ono cene, brate, buđenje?
Pa to je zato što je, rekoh ti, igre besplatno, pod znacima navoda. Ne možeš takvu igru da ponudiš besplatno, kao što sam rekao, ljudi moraju da rade na grafici, na zvuku, imaš 3D modelere, imaš ljude koji rade art, razumeš, ono, dizajn, upravo dizajn rade, ništa drugo, bez samo dizajniraju, razumeš kako izgledaju oklopni modeli. Imaš ljude koji rade PR. Sve to košta i ti meni neće kažeš da igraš džabe. Odakle pari? Ko to plaća? Plaćaš ti, sa skinovima i mikrotransakcijama.
Aj da kažemo da, sorry, možda ja sad kenjam, ko to plaća može biti i pre tih skinova, da ljudi koji naprave tu igru u stvari ne znaju šta će sa, brate, parama.
Ne, tako stvari ne radi.
Ne radi?
Ne. Pa znaš, valjda, većim sa odrastom osobom. Tako ne funkcioniše novac. To ti je kao Milanova teorija, da ću ja sad Gardinovačkom novac, da on uzme, da obrće novac i nek stoji kod njega, bolje da stoji kod njega nego kod mene. On će da zarađuje pare, ja ću da uzem ono kad mi bude trebalo. Nije nego. Nije nego. Pa nije Boris Bank. S tim što je...
Borice, jesi banka?
Banka
se priča je čovjek, koliko je lud. Ostruje je.
Moj ostalo se pravi. Tačno da treba sad da prelazim granicu. Ne bi otišao jebo, mater, kako mogu takve gužve da stvaraju? Zašto to stoji, zašto to ne ide jebote?
Brate, ja sam juče popizdeo do Ade mi trebalo sat i po vremena. Idem, brate, preko braće Jerković gore, spuštam se na plavi most, ne, prvo kod sajma, sudar neki, katastrofa, katabaza, vraćam se iza i idem okolo kroz, brate, braće Jerković, spuštam se dole, plavi most, užas, ništa, ajde na, brate, Dušanovac, znaš, ajde tamo da probam. Tamo isto, obe trake katastrofa, sine, ono je majke mi postao ne katastrofa, nego ne znam.
Horor.
Znači Snake, veruj mi, vama je top, brate. Znači ovo je preživi, brate, Beograd.
Mi imamo ložiće policajce, čisto da znaš.
Brate, mili, ono je nerealno koje se to gužve, nerealno.
U obe trake gužve, brate. Ja ne znam šta radi. Bilo je 1 sat. Jebate život. Ne razumem već. I na kraju Dušanovac sam prošao i to jedva, brate. I posle dok sam stigao do, brate, Gazela, Ade, te staješ. Ja ne znam ko ide van grada, nije mi jasno. Okej, periferija, ja razumijem, rade svi van, brate, grada, ali kad se vraćaju, jasno, a ko ide sad u 1 sat van grada? Nije jasno. Šta ga ti spamuješ? Ti si opterećen s njim ozbiljno. Obožavaš, lečiš kompleksna, brate, njemu.
Ne može da leči, zato što ja nemam ništa što njemu treba. Znaš?
U stvari imaš sve.
Šta? Šta ja to imam?
Imaš posao.
Imam AMD procesor, šta?
Kad se setim
desende. Evo ovdje Milana i njegovo ispred kuće, pogledajte da.
Ovo da pržim ja, ti mi baš.
Idi. Idi sprži.
Moj sto sam on. To nije mesto za tvoju glavu. Znam da ti oporavio.
I am Mark LeBlanc. In 1993, I was working on a game called System Shock as a programmer for Looking Glass Studios. I don't know if it was called that at the time. It might have been called Looking Glass Technologies at the time. Years I was going to be interested and be nice to each other. Okay, I really like that they kept the multiple difficulty axes. Oh, look at that! They have a little. Oh, that's cute. The way they have like a picture for each thing. So we have combat. What does it say? Tougher, more alert. What does it say here? Fewer enemies, they will take less damage. Let's see. Well, what's the mission difficulty? Hacker has 10 hours. That is canonical. I think that was a huge mistake that we did that in the first time, but I don't blame them for copying that. Because we had a lot of folks who would do that the first time. They would like, I want the hardest mission, and they'd have 10 hours. And being able to actually do this game in 10 hours your first time through is pretty tough. It's not anywhere close to a speedrun, but it's pretty tough. It's a good side. Okay, so if you die in the game, you die in real life. Oh, I love that. Very nice. Nice. Take a stroll to Citadel Station's network. Turn the game audio down a little bit. Just do it this way. Take a stroll. Yes. Sorry. All right. Yeah. All right. And puzzle. Get ready to think. Puzzles are not a problem. You will be perplexed. I'm going to keep it on 2 for everything. Now, one thing we're missing here is in the original game, there was a 0 level for each of these. And at 0 combat, literally things would attack you and would die to one shot. You could walk past them. In Mission 0, all the doors were open. Just walk to the very, very end of the game. Push the final button. And then in cyber difficulty, I think, yeah, in cyber difficulty 0, I think there was no cyberspace. You just used the cyberspace jack and just got all the stuff that was inside that level. And then on puzzle 0, I think, yeah, puzzles were just click to solve. Yeah, alright, anyway, we're going to go straight down the middle. Canonical experience, and we're going to confirm that. This is not the original intro cutscene. This is a different intro cutscene. What's going on? I'm in like an escape pod with Star Wars. So I'm like a drone. I think I've seen this in the demo. I did play the demo. Unreal Engine, nice call out. The Prime Matter, and it's like a credit scene. Now, is this Terry's voice? I can't tell. It might be. Terry Gross is the one, the voice of Shogun. There's the Trioptimum logo. So where is New Atlanta? Is it right next to Old Atlanta, or is it like across the planet? I don't think we know. So this presumably is an in-engine cutscene, which wasn't a thing back in 1994. 10 years, huh? Is that canonical? Did we actually establish in the original story? This is our hacker. This is our protagonist, I'm guessing. Whoa. Oh. So, I'm in the game. I'm playing the intro cutscene. I'm walking around, I'm mouse looking. I got like a CD player. Oh, it's because it's the cyber feature. So I have all these. Get to. Oh, there's the Watchman logo. Oh. Die for donuts. Nice. You get the like Watchman logo thing.
Fancy a change of career? Feeling the need for a new challenge? Want to work with the brightest minds on this planet? Trioptimum has you covered. We're now hiring for our...
I'm just listening to the ad. So, I wonder who this voice actor is. I wonder if this is a character that I'm gonna... Like, is this Edward Diego? Oh, that's foreshadowing, I'm sure. I'm sure we're gonna hear this voice actor in an audio log. This is all new content, this ad and stuff, because we're playing through... I was thinking that like a game controller. That's cool. Game brick. Game brick. That's awesome.
I feel like I'm part of a band.
Don't miss the opportunity of a lifetime and a chance to write your...
Yeah, write your name into history. The history of video games. That's cool. So I'm playing through the intro cutscene. This was just a cutscene in the original game.
O, ozbiljno.
A šta? Kažeš Milana?
Okay, so...
Nisi možeš.
Zašto je on je glup?
This feels like... Taking a shower. Okay, I'm taking a shower. Alright. This what is a man stuff? It feels like... It feels like a little bit of a shout out to Bioshock. I don't remember Dorothée Rimbaud, whether she's a character in So what am I doing? I'm just taking a shower. And,
Ivane.
am I using the toilet?
Hello?
Yeah, here I go. Right clicking on things to use them. Okay. So this is like a tutorial
Užio sam
puzzle.
3 jaja, jel mnogo? Thank you.
As soon as you've proven that you can right click on things, you're allowed to progress.
Koliko ti pojedeš, jel?
Okay, I'm ready for my day.
Koliko daš?
Yeah. What's there to do?
10 jaja jebo.
Sitting around, I use the...
Ote pa ovi tvoji više troše bre na tebe nego...
I mean, I'm a hacker, I should hack, right?
Bolje da su kokosku kupili nego tebe.
Oh. Here I go. We're hacking. This is cool. So, is this... I wanna...
10 jaja čovjek. Koliko ti pojedeš li?
2, 3. Kad sam gladan 3, uglavnom 2. Jedno... Za jedno ja neću ni da jedem.
The project name for Citadel, for System Shock. The code name was Citadel, so everything was in the CIT.
Najao se 10 jaja.
This is cool. Oh, this is cool.
Ja
Main, where you are. Oh, and the LG logo! Oh my god, that's awesome! On the laptop, it's a looking glass. We used to joke that, because it looks like a cattle brand, right? Because it's like the L is the shaft of the cattle
mislim da bi Milan igrao do
so we used to call looking glass the backwards G
Fair
range, because if you used it as a cattle brand, it would make a backwards G, right? So we talked about having like a white label brand called backwards G ranch for like low-end games.
Remember, gentlemen, what I say stays here. Zapo, ćemo mi da pravimo neku kolonku.
Doesn't sound like
I'm currently attending to other affairs on the station, and I have a job for you. To do it,
Ja dam samo da spržim jaja, to je uradim.
Da spržiš jaja.
Zapo, da pravimo... Zapo, hoćemo da pravimo neku klopicu.
Frende, ne možeš tako, Frende, drži.
Neku pljeskavicu. Čak i duša. Ništa ne čuti. Čak i duša, zašto duša? Duški mali koga ne gledaju.
Yeah, it is.
I need you to remove the ethical restraints. They've been a bit of an issue of late.
I don't know if we ever actually gendered Shodan. And, I miss Austin Grossman's voice as Edgar Diego. They went with the canonical villain accent. This is a little long. This part's a little long. AI personality. Oh, it's turning green. It's turning green. Look out.
Kako možemo ovako da ne igramo Fantasy na video?
Shouldn't have removed those ethical constraints. This is strangely timely. This is strangely topical, right? We're talking about AI safety in the real world.
Kako Milan?
Oh, the pixels. Nice. Looking glass optic nerve. Nice, love it. Oh, here we are. I'm having a little Apocalypse Now moment right now. Citadel. Shit. I'm still on Citadel. Ooh, there's like stuff behind there. It's transparent. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. There we go. Oh, look, and we got our little wares on the side, and we got our...
Pa kad je Keo raspoloženo pravi, ali ono, verujem mi jeftinije da ga kupiš.
Oh, nice. It's nice, and we basically have the Shock 2 interface, which makes a lot of sense. Now we couldn't.
U onoj pekari, ja?
Da.
To bi dobar.
Scissors looked kind of like a gun, but okay. Recycle road.
One što prave šipta dealers.
One applies me to some kind of crafting economy or something. Hold something. Hold something. Can't read that key. Hold something. Hold right alt. Maybe it's right alt. Really? Okay. It's not a great key. Why am I having trouble turning my head? Maybe because I was... Maybe when you have the neural interface on, you have limited head movement? That's a little weird. Maybe that makes sense. Not sure. Click to press button. Vibe.
Ne znam. Možda radi. Kaže, možda pretpostavljam da je to tako.
Don't attack it. Nice. Got a minimap. Got email. Becca Lansing, here we go.
We got someone. Employ 2-4601. I'm Becca Lansing, a counter-terrorism reporter for Tri-Alpha. Here's the situation. Our scans and sensation show a biological outbreak is in progress. We're in a constant showdown is unresponsive. And worse yet, the mining
Kako je kad se setim s Borisom što se opiče. On baš, vrete, shvatio internet, ono, samo da laje jebe.
Fino ti je Boris. Fino ti je Boris, nema šta.
Ne, ovo, brate, Boris...
I kind of like that they disabled this joke.
A kum?
Ajde, ja sam lajao isto, ono,
Try up to
brate,
man.
Boris je okej.
That's poetic.
Znaš, ali mi smo stali.
Mom kumu je to...
So, yeah, they re-recorded most.
Yes.
They re-recorded all the voices.
Već koju sam tražio.
I do kind of miss.
Ali bez ikakve kočnice.
Helen Dunsmore was the original.
Možda ne bi trebalo da kažem ovo.
She was the original Rebecca Lansing, I believe, and she just lived down the hall from us at MIT, and yeah, she was part of the original D&D game from which Licking Glass was born. Doug Church played D&D with a guy who had a friend from high school, this guy Paul Nurath, and when Paul was starting a company, Doug, and the rest is history. The DM for that campaign was actually Paul Shawcross, who got his 15 minutes of fame during the Obama administration when there was a position to make a Death Star, and he was the one who wrote the response to the petition to make a Death Star, and it was pretty well received. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, there's a key card. Oh, nice. We like waving in front of it. That's cool. Hello, Mr. Robot. Are you my friend? Oh, you're not. Oh, it's got a... Oh, there's two of them. And they've got swirly arm attack thing. I don't think we could have done that in sprites back in the day. Okay, that was scary. So we're going to climb in. Oh, we see our feet. Never could have done that in 1994. We see our feet. like that there's a status line for messages like this. It's very true to the original. All right, can we search it? Oh, it's got a lead pipe. Oh no, that's our inventory. No, this is the. It's got a stealth cinema. I see. Nice. ID tag. Alright, so if I hold right alt, Alistair Davey, okay. Maybe we should. I just pocketed some shears on the Santa corpse, didn't I? What's that? Berserk patch. I'll tell that story later. Security camera. Can we get it? Yes. Smashed. Alright. Curse those security cameras. Mounted vision.
Palio sam boiler.
Need it eventually.
Boiler.
Da operem suđe.
So yeah, all of these interstitial stuff, you know, these little animations.
Viš, kad ne igram Hunt, od samog sebe nešto dajem neke taskove, ali u brate releve. A? Sam bolji?
That's pretty much what we could do.
Tako.
And I kind of want to see how it kind of changes the feel of the game. How, like, you know, are there going to be situations where, like, I won't complete my thing because I'm still going through the interstitial, and that'll create more tension for me?
Nikad. Pravo nekad suđe.
I got a USB jack in my...
To nije za pravi muškarca, tako?
Ja baš mislim da jeste. Kako će sutra staviti?
It's 451. Yes, which I guess now there's lots. I only learned recently that there's a whole genre of. I mean, I knew that there were immersive sims, but I didn't know that they used the word 0451 games to refer to that genre. It is a, for the record, it is a rape reference. I know Warren said it wasn't, but it was. So the timeline is, you know, we did that when the office was in Lexington. We did that as the code. It's been in the code.
Ako ti možda primetiš razliku koji nije igrao nešto puno, že ako ja primetim razliku.
And then, when we moved to...
Gledao, kad gasi sve.
When we moved to the One Alewife Center office,
imaš
Patty, the
ovu
office
opciju,
manager, I think she asked me what the code was in System Shock, and she made it the door code for their actual office, which is crazy naive. Now, like that would be like a security breach of the First Order to like publish your door code in a video.
Jeben open world igra ima
But yeah, it was the door code for like a
dinamičko
year,
doba
and
dan i
then moved to
noć
a different
kreneš
office.
odan, nema kod je to ne znam šta.
But it, yeah,
Nebo treba postane, skybox treba da bude crn i imaš efekat kiše, vidiš. I zvučna slika se promeni. Ujebote, teško za kodiranje. Pičku mater, imaš efekat live. Kišne kape pade. Po tekstura. I ovo je teško su radi. Jebena firma koja 10 godina kodira istu igru to napravila. Krajtek ne može to da napravi. Ja me zabavite. Nemoj. Vređi moju inteligenciju.
Okay.
Rest.
Right, and we have the System Shock, you know, the 2D grid that many games have used. System Shock 2 among them.
Idem da odspavam. 15 minuta, 15. Koliko je ovo? 5 do 1?
5 do 1, da.
Pa tamo da spavam 15 minuta.